Andy.
But I'll be back.
All right, guys, let's go ahead and get started. We don't have a specific agenda for tonight overall. Some things that were supposed to be on there got pulled, so basic agenda, we'll call the roll.
Willie Campbell.
Here.
Aaron Frazier. Ross Garland.
Here.
Julie Gwynn. Here. Travis Hill.
Here.
Brad Johnson.
Here.
Here.
All right, thank you, guys. Now, we've got Dr. McAbee here to speak, so we'll put him up number one. Do you have something for us tonight? Well, 1 second. Do you have something for us tonight? Okay. All right. And first thing we're going to do, though, after that, after we adopt the agenda, Mr. Campbell, would you care to lead us in a word of prayer for Mr. James and Mr. Grindstaff's wife? And school will be under new business, and then old business will be voting for the county's portion of the budget going forward. Anybody else having something they'd like to add? There were supposed to be some other people here to talk tonight, but they are not going to be here. So, there was supposed to be some other people that were going to talk tonight, but they're not. As I was told earlier this week, Chris was supposed to be here. Chris Little from Go Betsy. He was supposed to be here and ask for some funding for the 400 bridge project, but he's not here, and then a couple other people. But anything else, Ms. Carolyn? All right. Motion to approve the agenda is open.
So moved.
Thank you, Mr. Campbell.
Second.
Second by Mr. Hill. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Mr. Campbell, if you'd lead us in a word of prayer.
I say Isaiah's microphone too.
Do what?
That's why. Dear Heavenly Father, God, Lord, as we bow our heads today and give you honor and praise, Lord, that you let us get up this morning, put our feet to the floor, Lord, and take another breath. Lord, all because of your son, Jesus, was born, Lord, and went to a cross and died for each one of us. God, we do pray tonight, Lord, for the request of Isaiah's wife, Lord, we pray, God, that you, Lord, have your hands upon her as she goes through this surgery. We pray for Austin James, Lord, his wife, God, we pray, Lord, for this commission board, God, we make the right decisions, Lord. God, we pray for each county official, Lord, that you give them the wisdom and the knowledge, Lord, that they need, God. And Lord, as they go to do their job each and every day, God, we thank you, Lord, for those unseen hands that stay up on each one of us. Most of all, we thank you for your love, mercy, and grace, and the joy of our salvation, God. And Lord, tonight we ask these things in thy precious and holy name. Amen.
Amen. All right, Dr. McAbee, if you will join us, sir, please.
I think Ms. Carolyn gave out a rough budget there, maybe a summary into the full budget. My board last Thursday did not vote to adopt it. It was out for motion. It never did get a second. So it's not been passed by them yet. But I wanted to see if y'all had any questions before then about anything with the budget.
Floor's open for questions for Dr. McAbee.
Well, kind of cart before the horse.
We've had this 20 minutes. And we're going to ask questions on a multi-million-dollar budget.
Mm-hmm.
I say, we only received this 20 minutes ago.
Yep.
And we're supposed to base questions based on a multi-million-dollar budget.
No.
Well, I mean, if I should have emailed you that earlier, I didn't know that was my job, but I'll take the responsibility for that, Mr. Johnson, that you didn't have it before 20 minutes from now.
So I'm curious, why have they not passed it? What's the holdup?
I don't know.
And they've not given any reasons?
There was multiple requests to say Option one is this budget, which we have funding to cover with the cuts that I made. They asked, would the commission be willing, since the county government is getting raises, would they be willing to give teachers a raise, like a 3% raise? We're giving a 1.5. So Ms. Alder ran those numbers, and then they ran the numbers for a 5% raise. And then, so there was multiple options, there was discussion, but as I said, the motion never got a second. So that's what I know.
Has there been any raises, bonuses granted during the year, whether it be local or state or federal level?
This year,
Yeah.
no, we've not done any of those yet. Now, last February, they gave an ESSER bonus. $500, I do believe, for certified, $300 for full-time classified, and $250 for classified half-time.
Now, under the new system that is being written now, or modified, or getting ready to be approved, does it not have a section in there where the educator is addressed as far as an increase in all across the board in the state?
The new TISA model, I've not seen that at all. There's 4 components, and it's all based on student. So all the money now follows a student month to month. So it does not look at all similar to the BEP line items. So the other thing, I mean, as you're looking there, the other thing that I was asked to come here tonight, and it may not be the appropriate time, but it's not just tell me that and I'll sit down. But they did make a motion Thursday night to ask the commission for $9.5 million toward the Hunter project. So we're letting you know that way in advance, so you can be thinking about it. And so I'm laying that out there, but if that needs to go through financial committee first, then I don't need to waste your time.
They're gonna make the decision to close some schools.
You know,
Came down the road another year.
that's a board decision. I know I've got board members that don't think we need to kick the can down. Director of schools, I've never did anything. You're not gonna have a budget that can build onto a school and keep Unaka and Kingburg open. I don't know how else to say it. But that's one employee. I work at their pleasure.
You're saying close to one. That's what you're trying to say.
No, I'm saying I don't see how the budget would hold both of those schools if we add on to Hunter enough that it could hold 950 kids. That would be a huge investment there. And then if you're keeping one of those other twos open still, it would get them out of budget. For that to work, my opinion of what I know of this budget, which is quite a bit, the budget wouldn't hold it.
Are we gonna be able to get a definitive declarative statement that they are going to close those schools before we determine whether the county invests $9.5 million into a project that may or may not entail more than one school?
Yeah, I don't know, and that was the discussion we had there, and I made that comment myself, was you're saying that the county invest. And so again, to replay things, and I take the fault and the responsibility of maybe misunderstanding. It was the county commission trying to make demands. You need to say you'll close a school. You need to take your fund balance to zero, then we'll give you money. Well, to me, give you money is give you money. Here in the county commission wants to say, no, we're just going to give you a loan and you pay it back. So you're not funding it if we're getting the loan and paying it ourselves. You're not giving us anything. So if the county commission is going to fund it and make that bond payment, then yeah, some demands need to be made, I would think. Yes.
Yes, Mr. Tester.
Do they plan, the school board, to, if we borrow the money, the county will have to be the governing body that stands good for the bond that borrows the money.
Mhm.
Does the school board plan to pay it back out of the sales tax referendum that was set up for capital projects?
Mhm.
Is that what the plan is?
I think the plan would be part of that. My recommendation would be not to make every penny of that go toward a bond payment. Because we still got 15 schools till that thing's built. And when things go wrong, where are you gonna get the money? There are no line items in the BEP for building schools and that kind of thing. And there's not a line item for toilet paper enough for that. There's only one place to get that kind of money: salary, taking it from teacher's salary. So I would not recommend to my board that they put every penny of that sales tax toward a bond payment for the next 10 to 12 years. Teachers won't be getting a raise, and the cafeteria workers won't be getting a raise.
With the amount coming in, it should be somewhere around $1.8 million. Is that correct, a year?
Now, I wouldn't know about that. That would be Audra.
Well, that's what it is close currently.
Okay. Well, if you take $1 million of that, you're still going to bank $800,000 a year.
Right.
Correct?
I would think
If
so.
you amortize that over 20 years, you're going to have more than enough to pay your bond back.
Right. You know, that would be a discussion for the commission and the board to have. Absolutely. I think so.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Even with asking for that amount, we're looking at it above board of the maintenance of effort
Mm-hmm.
in excess of $2.1 million. So why do they think that they can ask for even more when we already are paying above and beyond the requirement?
Mm-hmm. Well, you're asking me why for me to get into 9 other people's minds. I can't do that. Me, I would say I've always appreciated what this commission does. And I've made that very clear that y'all pay above and beyond. And it shows the commitment you have to the students of Carter County. Now, if you're saying, well, we'll just take that away and cut it out, by all means, this funding body can sure do that.
Why doesn't the school want to take the bond out themselves?
They can't. They're not a funding body.
They cannot.
See, we had to pay for the bond, and then in that amount, what I understand is the payment to the city. Is that correct?
Yes.
So as I told my board, and y'all correct me if I'm misunderstanding this, I said, board, here's the thing. If they get a bond for $9 million for you, $3 million will go to the city. And I'm not a city hater, but I just like fairness. The city will get $3 million, no strings attached. They can polish up T.A. Duggar and pull more kids from us all day long. No strings attached. They don't pay it back. Carter County School Board, you're going to be paying $9 million back. The only winner out of 2 winners, the commission's not going to say they're not going to make the bond payment. And Elizabethton City's a winner, and you're getting a $9 million bond for the next 10 to 12 years to pay back. So the county schools will be getting nothing from that other than you saying, we'll co-sign for you to get a loan. The city gets $3 million free. The school gets nothing. Carter County doesn't get anything.
Now, the bid, as I understand, is 30 million, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and down less than, what is it, 9 point something million total amount of the different grants that you're using to combine to pay for the school. How much does that amount to? And then where does the 9 point so-and-so come in at?
Okay, so the way I understand it, $665 or $675 to do the drawings and to get real numbers. The other part of that is over the last several years, I think the school system has done a great job, way before I came, of putting that money back into fund balance, saving up to try and build a school to consolidate. So they've been doing that multiple years. This money now is putting 177 that's rolled over, that's there. So that's probably, I think 11, Audra, we said we could do if they kept like 7 or 8% in fund balance. So that gets them almost to 20 million. And if the bid come in at 29, they're saying another $500,000 for furniture, for all the classrooms, that kind of things, where you're getting $5 million for a bond. But the school system has saved up and acquired through the ESSER 20 million of that.
What I'm trying to get out, if your bid is 30 million, do we add the 9.5 above that?
Yes, sir.
So that means totally the whole project is $39 million.
No. It's
29.5 million.
29, it's 29 million is the bid. The ask is 29 and a half. The other $500,000 is for furniture and furnishings of the new school.
What we're getting at is, we're borrowing $9 million. What's $9 million for?
Is to add to the 20 we've saved up to make 29, which is the bid.
Okay, this will be the 5th meeting that I've made on the building process, and each time it's been a pig in a poke. First time that was issued was an estimate, which was a single line item. It said one building, nobody else got a breakdown. Second one was when we did review what they put in there, like as an example, the sewer system for the school, it was for $480,000, I believe, to run a pipe from Hunter School to the joint onto the city sewer and storm system, which was 1.2 miles, I believe it is, which amounted to more than $1 million, which was a big error. None of that has been sent back and corrected. Questions was from other commissioners and people in the public and even educators was, why a gym that sets such a large capacity for no more students that they will have to accommodate at 9, to have even less of parking convenience to handle 1/6. That's given 6-passenger car, 1 person in each car. No resolve.
Well, the resolve is the actual bids came back after we paid them $675,000. So there is detailed plans there now that we paid them to do that. The other thing is, all of those points you just made, why have a Taj Mahal gym? Why do this? Why do that in Stony Creek? Vote for it or don't. I mean, I think we like plain talk. You're talking plain. So it's there, that's the bid, and if the commission doesn't like that, vote no. So, I mean, those things were laid out, and were they to your specifications from the very beginning? No, it was a work in progress. It's an iterative process. There's different iterations of it, and now they're very, very detailed.
Did they fix the parking issue?
They bought more property. So I don't know if that's going to fix the entire issue that you're talking about, but they bought 2 more lots there that they can put some kind of pressurized system under, and then they think they can gravel or do something over the top of that, still having access to get down and work in the 2 or 3 of those big pumps. I don't know all about sewer systems, but that's not a sewer, the pressurized system. But they bought more property.
How much property did they buy?
It was 3 lots. I don't know the total acreage. Probably around 2 acres, I would think. I walked over it.
That's still not a lot of parking when you think of,
Yep.
I'm like Mr. Johnson, and I'm not trying to be rude about it, but when you look at this massive gym and you look at $9.5 million that may or may not come out of the taxpayers' money, therein lies the problem.
Okay.
Because people don't understand that. I mean, sports is great. Don't get me wrong. My boys played sports. If you were wanting to build a huge, section of classrooms for the educational part of it, I think people would be a little more inclined to. I mean, I know we're getting some, but
Yeah, that's a lot. It's basically a middle school. You're doubling the size of Hunter Elementary to include a new middle school. So you're just going from 400 and some odd kids to 925. So that's a lot of classrooms. Big cafeteria, new cafeteria, that kind of thing.
I was trying to think who we talked to last time, and they were talking about just being like one wing, but the bulk of that was going to be gym area.
Said there'd been so much information put out like that.
I don't know, I can't remember who we spoke to, but
Well, the other question I have too is, why build it now? The worst in the economy of this nation. That means when the first bid came in, the estimate come in, I'm gonna say 18 million. I think it's between 16 and 18, wasn't it?
16.
16, 18, now we're 30, so it means $1 out of 3 goes to nothing except because of the cost of the economy. Why not wait a year or a year and a half, or even 2 years, to where the cost and the economy comes down and it settles?
That's a great point, Mr. Johnson, and that's definitely something that if this does not get approved, we need to look at that 10 million we've got. That was part of what drove this, is that we had $10 million we'll never get again through ESSER funds. Now, when they put out an estimate, it's not just Carter County's Hunter project. You can go around to every district you want to call and they'll tell you the exact same thing. Bids are coming in a whole lot higher everywhere. But until we paid that $675, we didn't have real numbers. As you called it, we had a pig in a poke. But now we got real numbers and it's 29 million. So that's why, it's because we've got the 10 million now and it's got to be spent in a timely manner. But if that doesn't get spent, we can spend it on something else.
Do you not have an alternate plan in case this does not go through?
There was a study done and a bid put out, or a preliminary workup on expanding Hampton.
Just in case this did not go.
Absolutely. But let me make it very clear so you're not upset. That was very preliminary, like rough estimate, not detailed, just to get the plan started if this one fell through. I'm sorry.
Elementary, right?
Yes, sir. I'm sorry. Yeah, Hampton Elementary. Yes, sir.
Dr. McAfee, I think when we've sat through this, and I mean, I've been involved in some of the meetings, it was 29.5 million. Okay, the school board voted to keep 10% in the fund balance, so that's 10% in at a 42 million, that's 4,200,000.
Yeah.
Because I even mentioned some of the ones, let's drop it to 5%. That would leave them 2.1 million they could still put on the project. Okay, so now, to the city.
Right.
That puts 2 more million in it.
Yep.
That would still leave you on 2.1 million in the fund balance.
Yep.
Okay, and then if they would pull out what they said, the furnishings, which honestly, if it's gonna take 2 years to build a school, furnishings may go down, and I think a question a lot of people was asking, even commissioners and other teachers, is why can't we use the furnishings like Unaka and Kingberg if that's the ones going? And let's look at furnishings once the building's built, so you would be pulling 2 million more out, or 2,100,000 out by going from 10% to 5%. And then taking another 1.5 million out for this in furnishings, we're only talking 5.5 million that we'd have to borrow, which makes that 177 line item look better every day. It's the fact of, borrowing 9.5 and giving them that 35%. I'm saying.
I definitely see what you're saying. That's been a discussion. So the discussion, to add a nuance and some coloring to what he just said, if it was going to be the school system paying back every penny in a bind and putting all the 177 toward it and not having a lot to deal with, conservative models of economics say 10% fund balance. If the county commission's going to help you with that, by all means, take it down to 5%. Because you've got a funding body willing to help you. But if it's like, we'll just co-sign, you get the loan and you're on your own, I would not advise my board to be that non-conservative and go below 10%. If it's a different conversation we're having where the commission's saying, well, we're going to help with that bond or pay part of that bond or a percentage of that bond, definitely take it down and you don't have to get a big enough bond. But what you just said ain't been part of the conversation so far.
Right.
But I understand what you're saying.
So I mean, if you only borrowed 5.5 million, the 177 line item, an $800,000 payment would pay, they'd still have 800 going into the payment to do whatever, because 9.5 is hard to borrow. It's, somebody's got to raise taxes.
I mean, I don't think it was ever, and if it was insinuated, that was probably a wrong insinuation to make at the board meeting. I think the conversation was, if I remember correctly, just getting a number to have, not that we would go buy it tomorrow. That would be way on down the line, and if we didn't use it, then of course we don't have to use it, and it could go back into the county coffer.
For us, we have to borrow it. So, I mean, to me, it would be better for us to say, okay, we cut that 1.5 million out, and then we'll look at borrowing it once the building's built.
Listen,
You don't know what's gonna happen in 2 years. Prices may go down.
Yep.
So why add it in it? I think that was some questions some of the other ones had, so I'm just
Great question.
bringing it up, asking you.
great question.
Now, just talking to what we've said, dropping the fund balance to 5%, we're now down from 9.5 million just to 5.5 million, which is doable.
The thing that, again, and I may be too conservative, so just tell me, doesn't hurt my feelings, but I'm not so sure that 177 fund, because of course it's only been in existence a year and a half. Before that, I do not think historically it grew at 1.8 million a year, because last year before Brad left, COVID kept everybody home, basically. I mean, all the tax, he said, this is the best tax revenue year we've ever had in Carter County. What if that goes down? And my hunch would be that it would. So again, we're talking about a lot of what ifs, and we're like talking about the best years ever, 1.8 million. My hunch is that's not going to continue. And if it doesn't, that's a problem for the school system. If we've said we're going to make this payment by ourselves.
I want to ask this question, I'll be done. Carolyn, what has we averaged for the last 8 to 10 years on that line then?
She's in the process of pulling that because where it went into 141, of course, I don't have that information. All I have is what happened this year and last year. But she's been pulling that information, but based on what we have gotten at this point, it was less when it started, but every year it has increased. Even before the years of COVID, it has been gradually increasing. So she hasn't pulled, all of the
It's
historical
been over a
data.
million,
The bigger,
been over a million.
Back in the earliest part of that, no, it wasn't.
The bigger
It
key to
has been
that,
currently.
the bigger key to that is the fact that there's now taxes collected on internet purchases through Amazon.
Yeah, exactly. So there's other things that have added to
And it's
it.
going to keep growing that way because now the internet purchase is coming in, which wasn't before.
Exactly what's going to happen, but based on what we've seen this year and what I can determine from what was done last year, it does continue to increase. But when it first started, yes, it was a much smaller account.
And to add a nuance, I want to, Mr. Chester, I think's got a comment to go back before I forget to a point Mr. Johnson made about maintenance of effort. So since I've been here, Dr. Ward on his way out, and then the 2 years I've been here, we've had more than 40 positions not refilled. 40 positions cut, 40 positions. Now that's just, so it's not like we're not trying to get this budget in gear, but I don't think anybody in this room would want to cut every position that I could cut in 1 year. I mean, your neighbors would run you out of your communities, and me too, if we lost that many employees. So we've been absorbing that through retirements. We gave that bonus a couple of times to help soften that blow. But for a district this size to cut 40 positions in 3 years, that's a big commitment to this commission that we're trying to use your money wisely. I'm sorry, Mr. Tush, you had your hand up.
How much do y'all average, like for capital projects every year? What do you foresee needing for capital projects for the next few years? I mean, not counting the school,
So that's a huge question. For example, and I'll try to make this story short. Before I left principal at Benton Elementary, Old school, like what we've got right here, is built back in 56 when it was built. Water line goes wrong in the cafeteria, we have to jackhammer a cafeteria apart. Hundreds of thousands of dollars to get that done, fixed, poured, everything out in the parking lot redone, crazy. Cloudland at the beginning of this year, Steve Walsh called me and said, we may have a problem. I think we've got water busted underneath this cafeteria floor. We're about to have to start jackhammering out. I don't know. You look at Valley Forge and that septic, if they ever say no on what we're putting in that river, huge amounts of money. Kingberg, whatever shoots out that pipe into that, huge amounts of money. So the potential is pretty big. Now, historically, it's like fix roofs, fix some minor water leaks. We had a minor one today. It's probably going to cost a couple of $3,000 at Happy Valley High. So I can get Steve to run you historical data on just the normal run-of-the-mill things. But I do know this. He said the last time the folks re-upped our permit for the septic systems at Happy Valley and Kingberg, I think they've got a year or two left. And if they don't get renewed, they don't get renewed.
You're talking about Valley Forge and Kingberg, right?
What did I say? I apologize. I'm sorry. Valley Forge and Kingberg.
Yes.
Yeah. So, I mean, there's some things that could go wrong that would be hundreds of thousands of dollars. And we got a whole bunch of schools. And I don't know if any of them knew. Even Cloudland has got issues now.
I mean, I know you can't commit because you have to work for the board. But I think a lot of people at that 177, $6 or $7 million are trying to sit here and say, okay, if that was designed for that, could you just not carry a $600,000, $700,000, $800,000 payment and then roll the other over?
Hey, I think that's brilliant. And if it's going to be that much, and if finance would say, we are very confident for the next 15 years, y'all going to be rolling in 1.5 or 1.4 or 1.8. If we say, all right, let's put $1 million toward that because that's what it's designated for. Hallelujah. I mean, I'm all for that.
If you close down Kingberg and Unaka, how much would you save on your maintenance cost every year?
Between both schools, wasn't it like $800,000?
Yeah, it was a lot.
You almost got.
I mean, not just maintenance, but that plus you don't need all the positions you'd have to have. I mean, some of those classes have got 8 and 10 kids and that kind of thing.
And the number of SROs would go down as well.
Yeah, so there'll be a lot, but I mean, when that guy did that study, it was $750,000, $800,000 between those two, I think.
Now, PDP, as the numbers of students increase, it pays for more positions, right? Like school nurses or librarians or.
It does, but see, we've been losing every year.
So if you combine these two, would that just the numbers to start paying for more?
What you do there, I mean, the way that Dr. Brewer all schools that have a whole bunch of teachers and some of them having 10 or 12 kids in a class, once you get them into one school, you don't need as many teachers because now you've got what the state says you need is 25. So then you don't need as many salaries and benefits and that kind of thing. So that's where a lot of those savings came in. Not that it justifies more, but that you're making better use of the teachers you have and don't need as many.
How many would you say you
Sounds-
lose every year?
Huh?
How many teachers would you say you lose every year? I don't see anybody lose their job, but say you do that, and you don't need all these elementary school teachers. How many of them are usually jumping ship?
So
It's countywide.
So my hunch, and this is a hunch, would be about 7 because of this. We had meetings of retirees for the next 3 years. We got them together. So not very many, I think 2 or 3 wanted to retire this year. Next year's getting closer down the line. The reason for that is the previous 2 years, we've offered $15,000 for people to retire, and they went ahead and cashed in all their sick days and took the money and ran. So we've had a whole bunch retire, and so there's not many this year. But starting next year, and typically it's that 9 to 10 range that you don't have to rehire if you don't have to, and you're not firing anybody. It's just attrition. Is that what you're asking?
Yeah, I mean, it seems like the savings on closing 2 schools plus the 177 would be plenty enough to cover a bond payment.
Mm-hmm.
So
When we finally get to having those savings.
I want to break down where the funds are coming from and what funds aren't being utilized and what funds are being utilized. So you had 10 million from ESSER, and you said you had an additional 10 million from fund balance.
Yes.
All right. So that's leaving, what's
1.6 the other day?
We have to make that other adjustment, so.
Yeah, because we calculated wrong, that's what it was, and we've got to pay more to the city.
I don't know exactly what that number is.
Can you have a ballpark? Cut it by 50% if you have to.
Yeah, it's gonna be 2 million or around 2 million, I would.
I think when we had that commission thing, when we talked the other night, when they done that, moved that part out, it was right at 2.1. Does that sound right?
Yeah, well, that number.
2.1, but that was rough, so it's.
Well, the number of an adjustment that we have to make into it, I was told it was one number, and now it's gonna be about $150,000 more than that, and I think it's gonna end up being more. So that's why I'm hesitant, so I would say $2 million, I wouldn't go any higher than
All
that.
right, so, and then that fund is growing at 1.6 every year. And then the ask is 9.5 million. And you're gonna save, we'll say 800,000 annually. For the closure, well, it'd be more than that because it includes SIAM in that as well. So I'd put it a little over $1 million or so.
You're not going to gain much with SIAM. I mean,
That's why I said about 200,000.
Okay.
So,
But that is something that's considered though, the SIAM too, will that be considered?
yeah, that's the whole reason the second gym is in there is because they have to have a separate gym for the individuals coming over from SIAM. That was the information that I received.
Big gym or the little gym?
I would assume that they're going to take the little gym, that Hunter would be taking the large gym because there would be no reason to flip it the other way. So that's going to give you 2.6 coming in on that annually. It's going to give you about 2.6 million coming in on that annually. So even if you take just your savings and just the $1 million and just $1 million from the other, if you actually take the balance down, how much was the balance for 5% more, Gary?
Now on the.
If they drop the fund balance another 5%?
If you went from 4%, which that means they're keeping 4.2 million, if you drop to 5%, it's gonna be 2.1 million.
So 2.1.
So if you drop to 5, that gives you 2,100,000 more to work with.
All right, so that's
I'm
another
saying we only need to
1
worry
million.
1.5.
It could be paid off in 2 years. It could be paid off by the time
Well,
the project is finished.
yeah, but you ain't gonna save Kingbergs or Unikas until they close, and you have nowhere to put them until you build the building.
Right.
You really
I'm just
don't
saying, but
wait
that's
until after the building's built.
right. But the following couple of years, I mean, it's going to be.
Though, yeah, if they make it the first 2 years, they're rolling. If they can get by 2 years, the money's coming in good. It's just these first 2 years.
That would also reduce the amount that we would have to borrow by going to 5.5. We'll just say 5 million or 4.5 million. Because we don't have to worry about that 500,000 until it's finished.
But borrowing the 5.5, if we have to give the city their portion, we're really worrying about 7 million.
The 7 point,
Because
if
you
we
have
dropped
to
it
take
to.
that into
But still,
consideration.
that's way more doable than 9.5 is at 13 million.
Right. Or 14, depending.
And so I'm obligated to say this, and I appreciate all this, and I understand it totally and completely. One of the things about if you did close community schools, that's a lot of stress on the community that's had UNACO since 1920, Kingberg, all these things. These are not easy decisions. But when you begin talking about this, people begin to realize, why do Carter County teachers never get a raise? And why are we one of the lowest paid? I think maybe 2 or 3 counties here are a little bit less than Carter. So we're not the lowest, but we're definitely not the highest. Why is it that we can't ever give teachers raises? So the idea is if you make some of these financial decisions to consolidate and have savings, that money could be used to help teachers get a raise and the custodians. I mean, they're not making anything. These cafeteria ladies are not making anything. And quite honestly, I think that should be a priority, maybe even for teachers. I don't know, but they need to make a livable wage. So some of this money that we talk about savings, it's just been kind of an undertone that you can use that to give some of our people a raise. Yes, ma'am.
I know that the money follows the child, and I know we just had a graduation. I know we have to have some input on how many students we lose less than what we had this year. I know that we're having a lot of older people move in that don't have kids.
Yeah.
And I mean, that's one of the things that worries me is literally, here we are talking about building a huge school, and we've got schools that we're losing kids every day.
Yep.
How many's coming in to how many we lost?
Yeah, so I don't have that. Y'all lost, I think it was 2015 or 16, like 200 kids. Then the next year it was 70, then the next year 60. You never gained ever. So it does go down. And where you can kind of estimate, because some of those trickle back in this year from homeschooling. The assumption is some of those will trickle in again. So to your point, if we're losing roughly 60 to 70 kids, but next year, some of these we didn't get back from COVID that's been homeschooling, they're like, you're going back to school. It may be such that for a couple of years it's a wash because these people that did, because we took a big hit in COVID. So I can't, the way that knocked the trend off, I couldn't estimate how many that would be. As far as how many kindergartners have enrolled, that really doesn't, you don't know those little numbers until the first week of school, because a lot of those mamas don't bring them in till then.
What about like the online academy? Has the numbers been good for that this year?
No, the online academy, we finished up this year at 100, I'm thinking 116, and I think we've had 60 or 70 signed back up already. So not near the same amount. But again, if you look at, when you talk to parents, and Mr. Revis is over that in different ones, I think that it's the kids are wanting to come back to school and not be at home doing it online anymore. So instead of it being online, they may be in a seat.
My thoughts are the citizens got to realize that Carter County is not exempt from consolidation. Sullivan County consolidated 3 major high schools, and their tax base is huge compared to ours. So we're not exempt from it. And today, the families don't have 3, 4, 5.
I think we're down 93, I think roughly on the BEP this year. And I seen the other night in Sullivan County, they was down 400 and something. So I mean, it's not just us, guys. It's happening in Elizabeth and Unicoi out there. All people just don't have as many kids.
Yeah, that, and I still don't think we've got them all back from COVID yet. They're the ones that did the homeschool.
4 years from now, whenever all the kids from the COVID boom start showing up though.
There you go. Yeah, there wasn't anything good on TV and stuff like that.
Sir, I'm only one vote if it ever makes it to the floor with this, but do you think the board would be willing to sit and say, okay, if they could work this out at 5.5 million, they could go forward? We've got to consolidate. You know it, I know it, and everybody sitting there knows it. It's the only way we want to survive. But there's no way we can borrow $13 million without adding it to the tax roll. You know it, and I know it, and everybody in here knows it.
Yeah, I mean,
This way, we might be able to pay for it without raising any taxes.
yeah, and I don't think the board is opposed to that. There's timelines on this. And I think that's why the motion was made the other night to go ahead and get something out that the commission could then have something at least to debate and either go, that's crazy, or hey, let's chew on this and see if we can negotiate. So definitely it's not a perfect number thrown out, but it's a starter. So I know from the several of the board members I spoke with, on whether we're going to be saddled with everything. And if something goes south, where are we at? Because I know y'all would maybe thinking, well, you know, we're the funding body, we're on the hook anyway, we'll have to bail you out. No superintendent, no school board wants to come and ask somebody, hey, give me some money and get raked over the coals. You know, that'd just be silly. So I'd rather say, school boards better keep some money in that fund. So that's my thinking on it. But they the word I heard was, can I get used to 5%? And I think I can.
So Carolyn, will them going down to 5% fund balance be able to keep them in line with state regs as far as what cash they have to keep on hand?
I have not looked into that, but I certainly could do that.
It's 3%.
3%, which I
3% if you're.
She said it was 3% for the school, so.
And you would only have to float that for 2 years. I mean, that's, if you think about that, we'd only have to borrow and get that. If they could use that 177, once you get this going and it builds.
They can use the 177.
It's the first 2 years once you do it.
Well, they can use the 177 right out of the gate.
Right. They can ride that out for 2 years.
It's got 2 million in it. It's expecting to come back 1.6. It's expected to come back 1.6.
I see his point. He don't want to take the whole 1.6 and pay it and say, okay, in 3 years, we're there.
But $1 million makes a bond
A
payment.
million makes the bond payment and pays it off. 6, 7, 8 years. we're out of it.
If you do a 10-year bond at $5 million and you're paying back $1 million, you pay it off in 5 years.
Yeah, we're gonna have to pay the city's part. You're talking about savings.
Right, well, even $7 million to pay it off in 7, pay it off 7.5 years or whatever it is.
It's doable.
If you can get the rest of the board to agree to that.
That's it. It's the school board.
We're gonna have a plan. It's nothing that has ever been presented to the floor or the building and grounds or the education committee and now the finance committee. They're asking for money. They have nothing documented. Totally nothing. And it has holes in it like Swiss cheese. Until they make a decision that they're gonna consolidate and they tell folks, don't put that monkey on our back. All we're asking for is to borrow the money for you. You gotta grow a set. You know, that's why they're in office for.
I'm just saying,
Yeah, I know.
5.5 is doable with the 177.
That's a good idea, and I think it'd work without a doubt now. But this is a messenger.
He's just doing what they tell him.
For any committee whatsoever, and it's not getting you full answers, they're guess. But there's no documentation on anything that we discuss. And he has no authority to commit the school board to that. So.
I'm with you, I understand.
Until they execute that part to give us the stability on it. You know, myself as a commissioner, no way. You do your homework first and you get the documentations out for the commissioners to see on how you're going to go with the consolidation, the moving, the time, and how you, or you don't get nothing. I mean, that's all it is.
So we've got a cart before the horse situation here because based on the information I'm hearing here, we're not willing to commit the money until they're willing to commit to the consolidation plan and vice versa. And they're not willing to commit to the consolidation plan until we're willing to commit to the money. So somebody's got to give.
This sounds like the city over the animal shelter, city and the county. Nobody's giving.
Well, Mr. Chair, where is the money at?
Which money?
It's in the budget committee and the full commission. There's nobody else but that. So if you put the order out, guess what? I mean, that's Ned the Primer. You're either gonna do it or you don't get it. I mean, it ain't any harder than that. You can do it politically wise and write 10 paragraphs and kiss their backside, but I don't play that way.
Already on the budget request. In the budget that was presented last week to the district, it had a raise for teachers and paraprofessionals. But then tonight, are you asking the budget committee for additional funds to fund the higher raise level?
No, the only thing that I came here to provide information because I think that's the right thing to do. All right. My board, I was hoping I was coming here with an approved budget. That didn't happen. So I'm just letting them know that this is the options that were laid out to my board. So they're up to speed and they know what I know. I've not hidden one thing. There's all the money and there was all the options. The first one we can cover by pulling it from fund balance. and making the 9 cuts this year. The other ones was if the commission had the stomach or an appetite or a desire to help with a 3% or 5% raise. That's what that was, and it was just an information item.
So are they going to put forward a request for that? Is someone from the board gonna request that at some point, or where do we go from here? Because we have to have an approved budget to move forward, so, and we have a deadline with the state that we have to get that done. So where do we go from here? I guess is the next question.
And I guess that was, tonight was a starting point. If I needed to address the full commission, is look at those numbers. As it was pointed out already, you've not had them long, so take them home and meditate on it. If there's any of that you see that, yeah, we could do a 3% for teachers and a 4% for the paraprofessionals, and we think we can live with that difference and see it be the delta between those. We're going to cover the 775 or whatever. If there was a way that y'all could do a difference between any of those other options, the commission, that's the ask, is can the commission fund that toward a teacher pay increase? And if not, it's not. And if it is, the teachers and paraprofessionals will be tickled to death.
Well, as it stands right now, we've not made any final decisions on the budget numbers for raises or not as of the last budget hearing. So it would be something that would just be going to the schools rather than everyone at that point. But at this point, where we're sitting at is you guys will have about 10 days to get a finalized budget over to us. We'll have a special called meeting to cover it 10 days from now. And if there isn't a budget presented by that point, and I would encourage them to go ahead and get all the school stuff included with that and present it at that meeting so we actually have something that we can vote on. So, because we've still got to try to make the deadline, for the state. And that was what tonight's meeting was, is it was turned into a meeting so we could vote on the finalized budget and have it to the commission ready for the budget workshop.
So another point, and this is, I know I'm not talking to the full commission, but the idea was, and it's been alluded to a couple of times, when are they going to say something? Because we're saying this, and so we thought, why don't we get the commission to show up? We have it here, have plenty of people at a school board workshop or meeting. It was like, oh no, we need to advertise it, sunshine law, whatever. My question is, what rules and guidelines do we need to do so that we can get both groups of people together at the same time? Because we've had a couple of meetings and invited whoever wanted to show up. And I think 2 was at the last one, 3 at the first one. And people were like, well, I was told not to show up because I break the sunshine law. So I do know in the state of Tennessee, you're a citizen first before an elected official. You can go to any meeting you want to go to and ask questions as a citizen. So I'm just asking, is there an appetite for y'all to meet with us? Or is it like, because otherwise we're just going to continue to hear what Mr. Johnson was saying. They need to do this and they need to do that. I'm asking, can we get together?
According to the county attorney, the commission members could not come to those meetings. They were not advertised in advance. And that would have been a violation of the sunshine law. Now, the school board could have come to this meeting. They could have come to the one that you presented at prior to. They can come to a commission meeting. Those are already set meetings that have been fully advertised. That's where they would come and discuss this, but commissioners cannot come to the school board meeting or the school board workshop unless it's advertised as such. The meetings that they were invited to, they were not given enough notice for it to be put in the paper and advertised.
I hate to interrupt, I understand.
Very
We've lived in that.
about that.
Yeah, we've lived in that. I understand that it wasn't advertised for 5 days. My question is moving forward, do you want to advertise it 10 days in advance or 15 days in advance so you can show up?
I think you just have to do a joint workshop, just advertise it as a joint workshop, right?
Yeah.
As long as it's done in advance.
It's not illegal for y'all to come and meet with us. I'm just going to tell you.
No, but we can't discuss anything.
Yeah, but you can, as a citizen, you can ask me questions and that kind of thing.
So you can't go, any chair that recognizes a elected official as a citizen is making an error.
That's what the
They
county
are not,
attorney.
that's like being a law officer. When you get off at the end of that error, your authority still continues on.
So if we advertise a joint session, one of the two groups has to keep their mouth shut and not say anything. Am I hearing that
Well, it
correctly?
has to be advertised in advance, so.
So can we,
School workshop.
that's what I'm asking. Does anybody have an appetite to do that?
So your chairman would need to contact our chair and make a decision on when that could be done, and then it needs to be advertised as such.
I understand that. I was just asking the commissioners what they thought.
Well, the biggest problem we got too, we're under the advertised guideline and what we're trying to accomplish the state date. Now, they've missed their submittal by more than a month. All right, we have already confronted another office holder and took it back to what the maintenance of effort is and submitted the budget as such as that. We've also requested, and everybody complied with, that the budget be submitted to the finance department with no raises, employee raises in them at all. But then here again, we're allowing it. Now, which is it going to be?
So I said within 10 days, they have to submit. We'll have the meeting. I would encourage them to come. So since it will be an advertised county commission meeting, they can talk to us and we can respond. So so within the frame for the 10 days, Carolyn, advertise
The first available date for that meeting is June 8th.
June 8th.
Unless there's something that I don't know about on the calendar, but as of what I have that's going to be on the published calendar, that's the first date I have. Travis, I mean, you're over beer board, and that's the one that always seems to get left out. Would that be on June 8th?
I'm on over, but I don't think we've got anything coming up.
Okay, sorry, well, I should say, I know you go to that one, but I didn't know there was a beer board meeting tonight. If that doesn't get on the calendar or nobody
Well, I
tells.
think that's published in 30 days is it 30 days, Brad?
Yeah.
That one's for.
We wouldn't even know till the end of June.
Yeah, I
So
sure
I think you're good for-
it's missed. But the next available date, according to the county calendar, within the 10-day window is June the 8th.
That'd be, besides that, it's gonna be in the paper by tomorrow, right?
I'm sorry,
It'll
what?
be in the paper by tomorrow, right?
Yeah.
Gary,
Chairman, the thing is, I know you said no raises, but I think that would probably be for people like me, paraprofessionals. Because I think the state needs teachers to have a raise with their party, so we can't deny that.
No,
Right, yeah, that came in the BEP.
Yeah, that's totally something different. So there will be raises, but it'll be to the teachers coming from the BEP part.
now the percentage of raises that you have in here, that's not from BEP. That's what the board,
addition.
if I understood correctly, that's.
Option one is just what the BEP sent, plus some from the.
Maybe I misunderstood then, because I've missed some of those.
So the BEP didn't even send enough for a 1.5. We've had to find that. So that first option there is a 1.5 raise for teachers and 4% for classified. I think they definitely need that. The other three options were for the commission to consider and think about as you so desire.
Dr. McAfee, on that, like 779, that's that first line,
Yes.
the 1142, 1.1 million. Would we have to make up that difference?
That's what would be the ask, not the whole 1.4, but just the difference between the two. Yes, sir.
They,
Or you're not?
yeah, well, that's what they did for their budget.
Okay, well, they are in the budget requirements of this commission. We put down the guidelines at the first of the year. We've held everybody's feet to the fire. And now we've got a difference.
The 1.5 funding is coming through BEP dollars.
We can't deny the state part.
So
Yeah.
the first one,
Yeah,
you're saying is
very
BEP, which I.
The first one doesn't have any additional funds from us, right?
Exactly.
That's what he just stated, and I wasn't clear about that, but I probably was not in that meeting.
Yeah, so the first one's built into BEP funding that they're receiving.
That doesn't include paraprofessionals.
It does include paraprofessionals for
That does. I mean, Okay.
The difference.
See, it's not much.
Has to provide the difference.
Yeah, that's-
That's five. But you're right, though.
Like, too, you need to get your board to agree on what they've got in here. You get your board to agree on what we've got.
Right. Yeah, again, it was my understanding, if I interpreted correctly, they just wanted to get this in front of commissioners to see if there was an appetite for option 2, 3, or 4, and if not, then we'll roll with option 1. But you don't know till you ask, so I guess that's
If
what.
we have this workshop, I don't know how fast Rick Delaney could get us some numbers, but I'd like to see some real numbers. As far as if we do 9.5 million plus whatever the city has on a 10-year bond, or the 5.5 plus whatever the city would get. We actually see real numbers with principal and interest and what we would owe, so we can put it on paper.
It's gonna be hard to get the bond percentages, I think, in just 10 days from our.
Right, we can still get a rough idea though.
Yeah.
Yeah, at this point, the numbers have been everywhere, so we have not requested that information from them.
This is what, 35% for the city?
34.6 or whatever the ratio is now.
Worst case scenario, that's what you're going to have to borrow.
So you want me to ask for?
Still, if you're down to 5.5 and then whatever their percentage is, all we have to borrow, and if it covers out of 177, we're covered.
That's what I'm saying, we need to see those numbers, so we can see what the payment's gonna be.
All right, so let me be clear, we want one for 10 million, because that would be the 9.5 plus the amount that would be paid to the city, and then a secondary one for 6 million?
Well, no, it's
Yes, it pays
30%.
5%. We only need 5.5
Yeah,
million.
use it 90 to the-
Cover would be 5.5 and what we would owe the city.
Yeah.
I mean, it's simple, straight math. It's not being rude or hateful.
May I ask one question? In your board meeting, I was reading the paper, I didn't actually get to watch the meeting, but Mr. Hachu actually made a motion for raises, right?
Yes.
And nobody seconded and nobody made anything else. Why? I mean, I'm just curious, because like this is before us now, so I'm curious why they didn't.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't go around and ask them why. I mean, I don't know. It was
I
a
just curious
motion,
Because that was something that,
Yeah.
you know,
it was a motion that failed. So,
Then the board made the statement, well, just let the county worry about it.
but
Yeah, I
then
don't-
here are these, and that's why I'm wondering that really concerns me that the school board didn't want to do it apparently, or somebody would have seconded that motion. But here we are with it in front of us, so I was just curious, and I'm not being smart about that.
oh, I don't think it's smart. And the thing is, I think there's Mr. Johnson's comment there that we're just throwing it in your lap. I didn't interpret it that way. I do not want to come here and say something and put something in front of you that just puts you in a bind and backs you in a corner. It was, is there an appetite for that? And is there an idea that the county has that type of funding and ideas? If not, great. It's not playing anybody in a corner. Unless we keep hearing, well, you didn't tell us till now, you didn't do this. We're asking. I mean, there's got to be a day that you ask. So we met on Thursday and I'm here on Monday asking. So I don't know any other way than to ask.
Well, I can't,
Sir, do you think if this commission can pull that together and they say, let's say it's 7.5 is what we have to borrow, and to make this thing go forward, do you think the board, the school board, will vote to say yes and take it out at 176 if it's available?
I know there's an appetite to debate. I don't know if Mr. Garland's got an insight into, I don't want to leave you out of the conversation or.
Well, I'm coming into the tail end.
Yeah.
So, I'm a little bit behind.
So it's just, is there an appetite to take our fund balance down to 5% if we don't have to borrow but $5 million? And so that bond payment could probably be covered by the 177 fund without using all of it every year. He's asking, do you think the board would say we're willing to go from 10% to 5 on the fund balance?
Here's the other thing. You've got 1.6 million, 77. But on your end, you could pull the 5 votes to make it happen.
I can speak for one.
Same boat I am.
Just simply because of the unknowns. We do have a lot of aging buildings. We have a lot of unknowns that do come about. You're asking me to speak on behalf of at least 4 other individuals. I can't do that. I can tell you what I have an appetite for that. For me personally, I don't like to see us have to borrow money that goes to another school system. I represent Carter County School System. I don't like to see that. I know that we have to do something, and that something is reduce the number of facilities that we're currently operating. We've got to do that in order to increase pay and in order to increase offerings to our students. To me, it is a given. There's too many examples. We've known this for 26 years, and we've closed one. And I'm only speaking for me. But would I have an appetite? Yeah.
Well, I'm not a big fan of them draining their fund balance down to 5%. The same as we can't drain our fund balance down to not borrow money. We're gonna have to borrow money.
Yeah, well, what are they rolling back in generally into their unassigned fund balance?
She's gonna look.
Yeah, it's, let's see, 1920, it was $2 million. Last fiscal year, it was 1.8 million plus the 1.2 that went into 177. Prior to that, it was about $1 million a year on average for the prior 2 years, 1.5, 1.2, then 434.
So we're not crippled.
That's what I'm saying, Travis. If they can get it going, you're only talking 2 years. They're gonna be, it'll start growing massively.
We've got
Get past that.
to see the hard numbers first, and then we've got to sit there and look. I mean, the county commission may have to put some skin in the game for the first 2 years until it's built. And then they have to commit to closing those schools out.
Really gonna be, we're gonna have skin in the game. It's still gonna be coming out of the
It's out
177.
of 177.
Dr. Mack said you don't want to drain it completely dry because you got,
Well, it's got 2 million in it now, and if it comes in 1.6 million, you take a million out, they've still gained 600,000. It's still going up. And you can technically balloon payment it off after 3 or 4 years. Or within 2 years of it being completed.
Every dime we borrow, we gotta pay interest and put that on there. I'm just saying, if we cut it down and get the thing going, that helps us and them.
And they're rolling in a decent chunk of change every year. So I don't think going down to that 5% is gonna put them in some sort of hardship. I mean, even if a school burned down, they would get the insurance money coming back in for it.
Can I ask one dumb question? What's in our fund balance?
9.
If something happened and a roof blowed off and it cost them $6 million, they got insurance. But I think if you look at the new school board thing, it being a county school, I'm afraid the way this legally goes now is if the roof blows off, we're responsible for the son of a gun anyway. It's a county building. So, I mean, ultimately, we have our fund balance, you have theirs plus insurance. So, I mean, it's, in fact, if they drop it to 5, that's 2 million we don't have to borrow.
Well, it's more than 2 million that we don't have to borrow. It's like 5 million that we don't have. If they drop it 5 million, it saves us 5 million.
No, I'm talking about from the 10% to the 5%.
Yeah.
And then you still only take half of the 177. There still would have 2 million in fund balance. They'd still have half of the 177.
So 10 days, represent on the budget, finalize budget from you guys. That way we can, and it'll be a voting meeting for us so we can go ahead and try to get everything done. Because the following night they're having the full budget workshop with the commission. So being able to go there at the workshop with a finalized budget, that way we can vote on it later on in the month is what our goal is. So
now, are we trying to get a joint meeting in before the 8th? I mean, we've got to get this advertised and it has to do tomorrow. So we need to be very specific and very clear on what we're doing. And I mean, somebody needs to speak to the commission chair to do this as well. We can't make a decision for what the commission is going to do without the chair's approval of that.
well, for the budget part, that's going to be going on the 8th. We can either dovetail in with that or do the workshop prior to the budget meeting, but we still have to have the budget meeting to finalize their budget and vote to get that done.
You have the meeting on the 9th with
the workshop.
Full commission.
With the full workshop. with the
That's
full
the day
workshop.
before.
So just
Yeah,
beauty.
but that means we'd have to have their stuff back and through budget on the 8th, so that would be the day before.
Right. And that was the day that that was the day that you had told us that would be the 10 days from now.
Figure it out. I mean, it just depends on how many changes and so forth are made from the school side. Because we'll decide on what we're gonna do on the commission stuff tonight, so obviously I've got a few days to get that done.
Right. And if it doesn't pass muster on the 8th, then the 9th, kind of a moot point there. So.
How you gonna handle the commission in on their workshop if it's a moot point? You know what that's gonna do here on the floor.
Correct. Basically, if it doesn't get pushed back in, in time, we'll do what we can on that date, and it would go in front of the full commission at that point.
You ain't never said one of them before.
The 9th is the commission.
At least the school board portion would. So the rest of it, we're gonna be able to,
They won't get you, your handcuffs and everything else.
because we're gonna be taking care of the rest of the budget tonight. The only portion that will be missing is just the board of education.
So is that what we're gonna do at this point? I'm
Yep.
looking to see if there's any more
Yeah.
discussion.
Yeah, the 8th will be the meeting where they come back and represent. And it'll be a voting meeting for us that night.
Okay. And let me just clarify, at this point, there is no additional, I mean, they would come back with what their budget currently is, no additional raises, because we've not done that, we've not entertained that with any,
With any other department.
okay. So,
Whatever the state is mandating that they have in there, it has to be in there. That's fine.
it's what's currently in the budget right now.
So is that the one that we currently have? The one that we've got here?
Yes.
Yeah, if it's not been approved by them, we can't approve it and move it on forward, so.
What are we calling that on the 8th?
Combine one between both, like, commission and school board.
So that would be for the 9th.
But
Do
the
I need to-
Workshop will be on the 9th.
Workshop's on the
The
8th.
commission-only workshop is scheduled for the 9th.
Yes.
And then, so the meeting on the 8th will be a voting budget meeting where they come in and present their budget.
Okay, sorry, I don't always hear if there's multiple conversations.
Voting.
Voting, okay.
The 8th,
Because we're actually talking about two different things. I mean, we're talking about the capital project and we're talking about their budget. So those two things are fairly well separate at this point.
So if the 8th, I come bring the budget. 9th is a joint meeting.
With the county commission where we go over the
We
budget.
talk about the capital project.
No, that meeting has already been scheduled for the full commission budget workshop, where we go through basically all the different departments line by line and get ready for the full vote on the 15th. What I would encourage them to do is come here on the 8th and be ready to discuss that, because we can discuss it in that meeting on the 8th. That's where I would have them come, the night that they're bringing the budget. We can talk about the capital projects that night. We'll have some preliminary numbers as far as what the funding amount would be and interest rates and ballpark interest rates to go from there.
Do you want them to come on?
And that would be the 6th.
You want them to come on the 6th to financial management?
That meeting.
To the 8th, sorry, the morning of the 8th. That's right.
Who to come the 8th?
The school representative, whether it's Dr. McAbee or whoever.
To the financial management on the 6th.
For what purpose?
For not the budget, but for the capital project part. For discussion, because doesn't it have to go to there first? Okay, well then someone would need,
Middle of the grounds.
well, which, do you want it to come to, I thought it had to go to financial management first, then go to building and grounds.
Well, for right now, Mr. Chair, I would not put it on my agenda unless I get the information that's required to go along with it.
Okay, could you provide the information for the project to give out to financial management for the June the 8th
What are you
meeting at
needing?
8:30 a.m.?
What are you needing in particular?
Well, I know some stuff was given out to the board, so,
The funding plan,
Our funding plan, I want to plan on the movements for
yeah,
consolidation.
the expenses,
I
all
want
of,
to know each avenue of the money, where it's going to be come from home grants, how much we have to borrow.
like the full funding breakdown that we've got, that you guys have right now. So
And if there's one missing, I'll just defer it.
Sounds good.
yeah, so would it be possible to get that information for
Absolutely.
that meeting? Okay.
So that's going to be on the 6th of June, 8th in the
We had
morning.
to move
That
it
morning
because
at
of
8:30.
ARP.
Okay.
So we're moving, I didn't even know we were moving
Yes,
financial management.
yeah, that came up a couple of days ago.
Okay.
It just came up.
Okay, I didn't get anything on it.
I haven't seen it.
Oh, okay.
Because I have not had 3 seconds to
I was
get
like, I haven't.
Gee,
I'm sorry. I'm all right over here.
Okay.
Sorry. Looking at my calendar, I was like, I don't have financial management day.
Mr. Chairman.
I think so. Does anybody else have any questions for Dr. McAbee?
Thank you very much.
Hey, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
All right, let's take
That's excusable.
Travis was there, it's legit. All right, guys, let's come back in. All right. Carolyn, let us know what you got to let us know.
So, I have two other documents, but we'll talk about those in a minute. Let's start with this. So you have a summary of the budget. And this is kind of going off what was done last year and kind of what we put out there. So you've got your summary packet and then you've got your detail packet. So we need to go through, we need to approve each single one of them. Is that correct, based on what happened last year?
So what was done last year is first, so other major funds aside from 101 were approved. So apartment, highway, things of that nature first. Then outside agencies were approved one by one. And then we went into the discussion with county general funds and approved each department one by one.
Yeah, she pulled the minutes from last year because we weren't here.
Yep.
So
All right, so
we're assuming that's what we need to do this year, but
makes sense to me. All right,
let's
so
do the other fund, all the other funds first. Because I will tell you on Rogers, if we want to do it first, since he's here. They got an additional $200,000 because we got the estimate from the state. And so he and I talked about it and we divided it between gas, diesel and asphalt. So his bottom line didn't change any from that standpoint, but we did go in and change his insurance and his pensions to match what we did across the rest of the county. So that improved, basically it improved it. But that's the only thing that's changed on his.
What's the five number on 50? No. Well, we can keep up with 131.
Yeah, so Rogers is, the detail one is Fund 131 and it's on page 61 of 65.
Now, this summary does not right? This is only 101.
It's not.
yeah, his is page 8 in the summary. Page 8 in the summary.
It should be on there.
So we've got them budgeted to bring in, between their portion of sales tax and everything like that, they're gonna bring in 8 million, and then their budget is 8,083,000.
Yeah, any differential would come out of their fund balance, not out of county fund balance.
Rogers fund balance is healthy, I'm assuming it's definitely healthy enough to absorb that. Okay,
It's good.
or 5,000, or 56,000, sorry, my apologies.
Yep, he's good.
All right. Does anybody have any questions? I will entertain a motion. When anyone is ready. Have a motion by Mr. Willie Campbell. Do I have a second? You got a motion by Mr. Campbell and a second by Ms. McCamey to approve the budget for Highway Public Works Fund number 131 for fiscal year 22-23. Ms. Augustine, you may call the roll.
Willie Campbell,
Yes.
Aaron Frazier.
Aye.
You need to abstain, Willie. I don't,
No pay raises.
Okay.
Ross Garland.
Aye.
Julie Gwynn.
Yes.
Travis Hill.
Yes.
Brad Johnson.
Yes.
Robin McKamey.
Yes.
All right, so outside agent, let's jump over to outside.
We need to do landfill next.
We can do landfill next, doesn't matter.
Okay, after. All right, let's do all the other funds first.
Start at the beginning and run through them?
Yeah.
All right, sounds good. Next up on the list, as soon as I get to the right page.
Yeah.
Got solid waste sanitation fund number 116.
Yeah, and there's no changes other than,
Good night, gentlemen. Thank you for your time.
the only changes that have been made to this is to change their pensions and insurance like we did with the rest of the county funds.
So that leaves them with an excess of $6,150.
I mean, I guess I could have plugged that in somewhere, but I just left it.
Well, they're about to throw out $37,000 for a new compactor, so.
Yeah. Yeah, so that is on page 53, is where, in the detail.
Floor is open for a motion. Page 53 of 65. Cardboard still holding strong for him? Yeah, Gary's gone.
Yeah. They're doing really well.
Okay.
I still ask, does anybody know why the city has
That's a good question.
recycle shut down in town?
People keep dumping stuff in there, so.
It's been that way for over a week, about 2 weeks now.
I mean, I hear it goes back and forth that, Benny won't come pick it up, they won't open it to this and that, I mean, just back and forth.
I mean, it's been closed down 2 weeks. The weather's been full. I mean, every day I buy there and it's never been open.
It's the one in Black Bottom again?
Well, Linesville is closed.
It's clean as a pin. I mean, no traffic, shut off, blocked off.
I think it was dirty. I think there was, maybe like a wash machine and a couch, all sorts of stuff was set out down there.
Do they have the cameras fixed?
Because they said that there was people dropping stuff on the outside.
Do they have the cameras fixed?
I have no idea.
That was the last thing I'd heard is the cameras didn't work, so they couldn't try to enforce it.
Lord, they ain't never enforced one anyhow.
Who's responsible for cameras?
City is, it's their property.
You said motion to approve? I'll second.
All right, got a motion from Ms. McKamey and a second by Ms. Gwynn to approve solid waste sanitation fund number 116 budget as proposed for fiscal year 22-23.
Willie Campbell.
Yes.
Aaron Frazier.
Aye.
Ross Garland.
Aye.
Julie Gwynn.
Yes.
Travis Hill.
Yes.
Brad Johnson.
Yes.
Robin McKamey.
Thank you, guys. Moving on, Health Department Fund number 117.
And the only change in this from the prior year is the $3,000, which their bid has not finalized yet, but we made an assumption that they would have a slight increase in their cleaning.
Okay. Floor is open for a motion.
Motion 51.
It is 57.
Got a motion by Ross Garland, second by Robin McKamey. Any discussion? A motion by Ross Garland to approve Health Department Fund number 117 budget for fiscal year 22-23.
Willie Campbell.
Aye.
Aaron Frazier.
Aye.
Ross Garland.
Aye.
Julie Gwynn.
Yes.
Travis Hill.
Aye.
Brad Johnson. Robin McKinney.
Yes.
Thank you, guys.
The next one would be the drug fund, number 122. That's page 58 of 65.
Not much to do on this one. Floor is open for a motion.
So move.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Willie Campbell, second by Ms. Julie Gwynn to approve drug control fund number 122, budget for fiscal year 22-23.
Willie Campbell.
Aye.
Aaron Frazier.
Aye.
Ross Garland.
Aye.
Julie Gwynn.
Yes.
Travis Hill. Brad Johnson. Robin McKinney.
Yes.
Moving on, sports and recreation fund number 123. It's page 6 of the summary and
59 of the detail.
so we're back to where we were when we were having the discussion the other night regarding including the salary position or not. Not using the 40,000 that we've got pushed aside.
Did we find out if we could do that with the part-time?
Okay, it's just, that's proposed. There's nobody there. So take it out of the budget. So when you get a grant, you pick it up then. That's the grant, same as you would on the architect, on yards, oversight.
So this one will be going back to the Parks and Rec. For them to adjust it and put it back to where it should be and resubmit.
Well, I mean, the only thing that they've put forward is the 1.7 million. This is the one that basically the finance department did, taking their information plus the information for the grant. I took out all the additional stuff from the grant, but I did leave the position in there until told to take it out. So we took that out. Then there are a couple of other things that would be adjusted, but other than that,
They meet tomorrow, so if we reject it here tonight, they can reevaluate and fix it tomorrow, and we can vote on it on the 8th. So that's gonna be a regular voting meeting.
all right, are you gonna take it back to them tomorrow night, or do you
Will.
want me to come tomorrow night?
I can take it back to them, but it would be good if you were there because they are asking for a small increase as far as just maintenance and different things like that. I think they increased the amount that they were asking for gas and utilities. Is that correct?
I put those in there.
No, they're already in here.
Okay.
Yeah, I already put that stuff in there, but I mean, they may want more than that, but
Well, yeah, I mean, but if we're saying we're not approving the additional position and we're not going to approve the extra, $1.2 million or whatever it was, if that was the budget that they presented, we have to vote it down and go back to them and they'll amend it tomorrow and bring it back on the 8th.
all right.
So floor is open for a motion.
I think
We reject it. Motion to reject by Travis Hill, second by Brad Johnson.
No discussion. So Willie Campbell. Aaron Frazier.
Aye.
Ross Garland.
Aye.
Julie Gwynn. Travis Hill.
Aye.
Brad Johnson.
Aye.
Robin McKinney.
Yes. The last one is the ARP. I did not do anything with that because we are not to do anything with that, and that really, to me, is not technically part of this budget. It was just for informational, so you'll notice it was blank, but because it was in the information from last year, I just left it in there blank.
Works for me. And we need to vote on it right now at this second anyway, so. We can move on past that one.
So that shows you balance from the first one all.
Yeah, I started saying that's from the prior stuff.
And the second installment is not, I mean, they received it.
No, I had to, go into the system, put in some additional information. And they said that money should be forthcoming. They said sometime not prior to when it was approved or received last year, which was sometime like mid to late May, so hopefully soon, but we have not received it as of yet. When it hits the bank, they will let me know very quickly. And I haven't received any more correspondence from them saying that it's on its way, which is what I was anticipating. I wasn't getting that previously just because it was still going to grab the email. I had to wait till we got to this point, so I could send it tonight.
So following this, we take a look at the general debt service fund, which is the last page of your summary packet. So the schedule would be approved as well.
We also have to approve the revenue that we have coming in, don't we? Approve the revenue assumptions.
That might be part of 101 process, but
I have not been given an updated amortization schedule, but this is what was budgeted last year. And from what I understand from US Bank, it should not have changed. But I asked them for an updated schedule. I haven't gotten it yet, but it should not have changed from what it is currently.
Floor is open. Motion to approve. Motion by Travis Hill. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Brad Johnson. Discussion. Primarily, this is just the jail, remain, correct?
Yes, it is just the jail.
Willa Campbell,
Aye.
Aaron Frazier,
Aye.
Ross Garland,
Aye.
Julie Gwynn,
Aye.
Travis Hill, Brad Johnson,
Aye.
Ron McKinney. So then we take a look at outside agencies, which is presented after your tax rate graphic.
Does anybody have any questions and or comments?
We basically approved this the other day, didn't we, really?
Yeah, but we have to go line by line, I think, this time.
So we got a motion out, all of them?
Is that what they did last year?
That's what they did last year, but I'm not sure it's because you weren't changing something on one of them.
Yeah, I think there was one that we had problems with.
So then you had to kick them all, right?
Yeah.
So you prove it as is, can you prove it total amount of funding as per the list? I'm not certain of that. Okay.
Or on the outside agencies, do you know why they did them separately last year?
I remember, I think you do have to do them separately though.
Might be wise to just do them
Seems
separately.
like we always have. I'm pretty
I think
sure.
as long as I've ever been on budget, we've always done them separately.
Done it separately.
Outside agencies.
It's time consuming, but we've always done them separately.
No specific one.
We've always done them separately. Travis, don't you, is that right?
can't remember what I
I
did.
mean, I feel like we've always done so, but it's always so time
I think
consuming.
so, yeah.
Yeah.
I think you're right, yeah.
Okay, all right, well, we got them separately.
All right. Well, motion to approve volunteer fire departments, for 408,000, wait,
69.
469?
69.
It's your first column.
Oh, sorry.
I'll make a motion to approve.
Got a motion by Miss Julie Gwynn and a second by Miss Robin McCamey.
Willie Campbell.
Aye.
Aaron Frazier.
Aye.
Ross Garland.
Aye.
Julie Gwynn.
Yes.
Travis Hill.
Aye.
Brad Johnson.
Yes.
Robin McKamey.
Yes.
All right, motion, looking for a motion for Butler Fire Department, approval at $3,000.
So move.
Motion by Mr. Campbell,
Second.
second by Mr. Ross Garland. Any discussion?
Willie Campbell.
Aye.
Aaron Frazier.
Aye.
Ross Garland.
Aye.
Julie Gwynn.
Yes.
Travis Hill.
Aye.
Brad Johnson. Robin McKamey.
Yes.
Thank you, guys. Floor is open for a motion for the City of Elizabethton Fire Department for $9,000.
Motion to approve.
Motion by Ms. Robin McCamey,
Goodness sake, there was something that came on. I thought that when we were discussing, there was still some discussion points on that. That's what I was trying to find.
ARP fund.
they requested 1.5 million from ARP funds, but they withdrew that request.
They also requested to be what all the other county fire departments got, but that got knocked down as well when you gave them the increase. Because the other ones got a slight increase, so you gave them the same amount of increase.
See, this one here on increase going from 5 to 9,000 was because that was a training matrix for all the volunteer departments. From the
Yeah.
city of Elizabeth.
Yeah, originally we gave them 5,000.
Yeah.
And this year we're upping it to 9. We gave them basically half what we were giving the other fire departments. Because I think the other fire departments had requested, we broke it down at 8. Is that what it was? We were giving them, they were getting how much extra this year? Was it 9,000 per department?
Let's get
I didn't bring that level that's in here, but this was the same as what the other ones were getting. That was discussed.
Floor is open for a motion. Oh, wait, Robin already motioned it. Who seconded it? Sorry. Who gave the second on that one?
Wait on a second.
I made the motion, so.
Yeah, Robin made the motion, waiting for the second.
I'll second.
Second by Julie Gwynn. So I have a motion and a second to approve $9,000 from the City of Elizabethton Fire Department. Any other discussion?
Willie Campbell.
Aye.
Aaron Frazier.
Aye.
Ross Garland.
Aye.
Julie Gwynn.
Aye.
Travis Hill.
Aye.
Brad Johnson.
Aye.
Robin McKamey. Thank you.
Firefighter grant, we can skip that one because they didn't get one this year, did they?
We didn't have any submission for that.
Okay.
So that, remove that.
Yeah, $0 request, we don't have to do anything with that one. Is that right, Carolyn? Just skip it?
Yeah.
Cool. All right, rescue squad. Request for $371,105.
Motion.
Motion by Mr. Brad Johnson,
Second.
second by Julie Gwynn. Any discussion?
All right, Willie Campbell.
Aye.
Aaron Frazier.
Aye.
Ross Garland.
Aye.
Julie Gwynn.
Aye.
Travis Hill.
Aye.
Brad Johnson.
Aye.
Robin McKamey.
Moving on Tennessee Rehabilitation Center request for $27,809.
Motion to approve.
Motion by Mr. Ross Garland, second by Robin McCamey. Thank you. Any discussion?
Willie Campbell.
Aye.
Aaron Frazier.
Aye.
Ross Garland.
Aye.
Julie Gwynn.
Aye.
Travis Hill.
Aye.
Brad Johnson. Robin McCamey.
Thank you, guys. Shepherd's Inn, motion for request for $12,000. Floor is open for a motion.
Move.
Motion by Mr. Willie Campbell, second by Ms. Robin McCamey.
Willie Campbell.
Aye.
Aaron Frazier.
Aye.
Ross Garland.
Aye.
Julie Gwynn. Travis Hill.
Aye.
Brad Johnson. Robin McCamey.
All right. Moving on, Children's Advocacy Center, $5,000 request. It is an increase of over what they were originally approved for last year, but I think they, in my opinion, they're well worth it. So floor is open for a motion.
I'll make a motion.
Motion by Julie.
Aaron, I've got a question. The commission a few years ago approved a $5 fee going on for these two nonprofits onto all the court costs.
Yeah, it's in the.
How much of those brought in?
It's not nowhere near as much as we expected it to be.
No, it was like, one of them was 7,000 and I think the other one was 5,000. It's in here.
Okay, I was curious. I hadn't had an update on those fees. I know there's a $5 fee on the court costs for those.
Yeah, so in the budget, so they're in the revenue
Mhm.
and then they're in this part of the expense budget. They just offset each other.
Okay.
But yeah, it's not, I don't think it was a.
So they're averaging what each fiscal year?
What's the quarterly payment you worked on last? Do you remember?
There's $5 added on to all the court costs, but.
Right, but I was.
Yeah.
The drug bonds that go into it.
Right.
Yeah,
Do you remember what your calculations were?
We've had that going probably about 3 years now, so.
yeah. I know we just
It's about
recently paid it.
$3,500 a quarter.
Yeah.
It goes out. I think it was about 11,000 last year per. entity.
Pretty good.
All right, so any more? Call the roll.
Call the roll.
Willie Campbell.
Aye.
Aaron Frazier.
Aye.
Ross Garland.
Aye.
Julie Gwynn.
Yes.
Travis Hill.
Aye.
Brad Johnson.
Aye.
Robin McCamey.
Thank you, guys. Moving on, Isaiah 117 House. Request for $5,000.
Move.
Motion by Mr. Campbell. Do we have a second? Second by Mr. Ross Garland. Any discussion?
Willie Campbell.
Aye.
Aaron Frazier.
Aye.
Ross Garland.
Aye.
Julie Gwynn.
Yes.
Travis Hill.
Yes.
Brad Johnson.
Yes.
Robin McCamey.
All right, moving on. Assistance and Resource Ministries, request for $7,500.
Motion to approve.
Motion by Robin McCamey, second by Ross Garland. Any discussion?
Willie Campbell.
Aye.
Aaron Frazier.
Aye.
Ross Garland.
Aye.
Julie Gwynn.
Yes.
Travis Hill.
Aye.
Brad Johnson.
Aye.
Robin McCamey.
All right, request of $10,000 for Second Harvest Food Bank. Floor is open for a motion.
Move.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Willie Campbell, second by Julie Gwynn for $10,000 for Second Harvest Food Bank. Any discussion?
Willie Campbell.
Aye.
Aaron Frazier.
Aye.
Ross Garland.
Aye.
Julie Gwynn.
Yes.
Travis Hill.
Aye.
Brad Johnson.
Aye.
Robin McCamey.
Next up on the list, Loaves and Fishes, request for $12,000.
Motion to approve. Second.
Motion by Ms. Julie Gwynn, second by Ms. Robin McCamey. Any discussion?
Is that the one across the road over here?
Yeah. I actually, a friend of mine, helps out there, him and his wife. They go there a couple times a month to help out, and they say they're doing what they're supposed to, so.
Willie Campbell.
Aye.
Aaron Frazier.
Aye.
Ross Garland.
Aye.
Julie Gwynn.
Yes.
Travis Hill.
Yes.
Brad Johnson.
Yes.
Robin McKamey.
All right, next up, request of $5,000 for Keep Carter County Beautiful. Floor is open for a motion.
Move.
Motion by Mr. Willie Campbell, second by
Second.
Ross Garland. Any discussion?
Willie Campbell.
Aye.
Aaron Frazier.
Aye.
Ross Garland.
Aye.
Julie Gwynn.
Yes.
Travis Hill.
Yes.
Brad Johnson.
Yes.
Robin McKamey.
All right, moving on. Kids Like Us, set for zero. Because they received funding last year, so they will not be receiving any funding this year. So this one we have to approve, don't we?
Yeah.
So floor is open for a motion.
So move.
Motion by Mr. Brad Johnson. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Ross Garland. Any discussion?
Willie Campbell.
Aye.
Aaron Frazier.
Aye.
Ross Garland.
Aye.
Julie Gwynn.
Yes.
Travis Hill.
Yes.
Brad Johnson.
Yes.
Robin McKamey.
Next up, request for $2,500 by the American Red, or the Red Cross. I don't know if I think it's the American Red Cross, the local chapter. Floor is open for a motion.
Motion.
Motion by Mr. Travis Hill, second by Ms. Robin McKamey. Any discussion?
Willie Campbell.
Aye.
Aaron Frazier.
Aye.
Ross Garland.
Aye.
Julie Gwynn.
Yes.
Travis Hill.
Aye.
Brad Johnson.
Yes.
Robin McKamey.
Next up, motion or request for $12,000 for Appalachian Tales Rescue.
Motion to approve.
Motion by Julie Gwynn. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Mr. Ross Garland. Any discussion?
Willie Campbell.
Aye.
Aaron Frazier.
Aye.
Ross Garland.
Aye.
Julie Gwynn.
Yes.
Travis Hill.
Aye.
Brad Johnson.
Aye.
Robin McKamey. Thank you.
All right, moving on. First Tennessee Human Resource Agency request for $30,570.
Motion.
Motion by Mr. Travis Hill. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Mr. Ross Garland. Any discussion?
Willie Campbell.
Aye.
Aaron Frazier.
Aye.
Ross Garland.
Aye.
Julie Gwynn.
Yes.
Travis Hill.
Aye.
Brad Johnson.
Aye.
Robin McKamey.
And then the Retired Senior Volunteer Program, wasn't that rolled into Upper East Tennessee Department of whatever, youth?
Yes.
Just wanting.
That needs to
Oh,
be
we
changed.
probably update that.
Yeah.
We have a request from UETH, I can't remember what it stands for. Request for $4,000.
So moved.
Motion by Mr. Willie Campbell, second by Robin McKamey. Any discussion? If you guys remember, this is the folks that were coming down and they were using this funding for,
Home services.
and
Upper East Tennessee Housing Agency.
yeah, housing development agents, that's what it was. And like electric bills for people that couldn't pay them and different things like that. So, a benevolence fund.
Willie Campbell. Aaron Frazier.
Aye.
Ross Garland.
Aye.
Julie Gwynn.
Yes.
Travis Hill.
Aye.
Brad Johnson.
Aye.
Robin McKamey. Thank you.
All right, moving on, request by the Senior Citizen Center for $26,500.
So moved.
Got a motion by Mr. Willie Campbell, second by Ms. Julie Gwynn. Any discussion?
Willie Campbell.
You better than you ready back. Yes.
Frazier,
Aye.
Ross Garland.
Aye.
Julie Gwynn,
Yes.
Travis Hill. Brad Johnson.
Aye.
Robin McKamey.
Next up, City Parks and Rec, request for $25,000.
The library.
Oh, sorry, I marked it prematurely. Sorry. Next up, Elizabethton Carter County Public Library, request for $75,000.
Motion to approve.
I have a motion by Ms. Robin McCamey. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Mr. Willie Campbell. Any discussion?
Willie Campbell.
Aye.
Aaron Frazier.
Aye.
Ross Garland.
Aye.
Julie Gwynn,
Yes.
Travis Hill. Brad Johnson.
Yes.
Robin McKamey.
Now, City Parks and Rec request for $25,000. Floor is open for a motion.
Motion to approve.
Motion by Ms. McCamey. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Ross Garland. Any discussion? Looks like, any discussion? All right, call the roll. Charlie Romeo.
Willie Campbell.
Aye.
Aaron Frazier.
Aye.
Ross Garland.
Aye.
Julie Gwynn,
Yes.
Travis Hill. Brad Johnson.
Aye.
Robin McKamey.
Thank you, guys. Moving on, Boys and Girls Club of Elizabethton, Carter, I guess is what it's called now. Request for $20,000. Floor is open for a motion.
Motion to approve.
Motion by Julie Gwynn,
Second.
second by Robin McCamey. Any discussion?
Willie Campbell.
Aye.
Aaron Frazier.
Aye.
Ross Garland.
Aye.
Julie Gwynn. Travis Hill. Brad Johnson.
Aye.
Robin McKamey.
Thanks. Next up, Imagination Library request for $5,000. So moved by Mr. Travis Hill. Do we have a second? Second by Robin McCamey.
All right, Willie Campbell.
Aye.
Aaron Frazier.
Aye.
Ross Garland.
Aye.
Julie Gwynn.
Yes.
Travis Hill. Brad Johnson.
Aye.
Robin McKamey.
Next up, request by the Soil Conservation Group for $44,000. Floor is open for motion by Mr. Travis Hill,
Second.
second by Julie Gwynn. Any discussion?
Willie Campbell.
Aye.
Aaron Frazier.
Aye.
Ross Garland.
Aye.
Julie Gwynn.
Yes.
Travis Hill. Brad Johnson.
Aye.
Robin McKamey.
Next up, Department of Agriculture request for $1,000.
Motion.
Motion by Travis Hill, second
Second.
by Ross Garland. Any discussion?
Willie Campbell.
Aye.
Aaron Frazier.
Aye.
Ross Garland.
Aye.
Julie Gwynn.
Yes.
Travis Hill.
Yes.
Brad Johnson.
Yes.
Robin McKamey.
Next up, the appropriation for the Carter County Chamber of Commerce, $225,000, direct set from the recuperation of hotel motel taxes. Motion by Ross Garland to approve. Do we have a second? Second by Robin McCamey. Any discussion?
Willie Campbell. Aaron Frazier.
Aye.
Ross Garland.
Aye.
Julie Gwynn.
Yes.
Travis Hill.
Aye.
Brad Johnson.
Yes.
Robin McKamey.
Next up, First Tennessee Development District for $13,015. Motion by Mr. Travis Hill. Second by Robin McCamey. Any discussion?
Aye.
Robin Robin McKamey.
Yes.
Next up, request for $1,500 from the UT Agricultural Extension Office.
Motion to approve.
Motion by Ms. Julie Gwynn,
Second.
second by Robin McCamey. Any discussion?
Billy Campbell.
Aye.
Aaron Frazier.
Aye.
Ross Garland.
Aye.
Julie Gwynn.
Yes.
Travis Hill. Brad Johnson.
Yes.
Robin McKamey.
Yes.
What's that one for right there? Why is that an outside agency? I thought that's usually the general fund.
He said he thought that one was normally in the general fund for the Ag Extension Office.
Is that maybe not just,
This is separate, this is training that they do separately, and this is historically they've asked for
With
that.
students, with Carter County students.
Next up, East Tennessee Spay and Neuter, request of $2,500
Motion to approve.
by Robin McCamey, second
say,
by Ross Garland. Any discussion?
This one was supposed to be used, right, just for Carter County?
Yes. This is earmarked. I think we need to put that in the motion, don't we? These funds only be used within Carter County?
Didn't we do that?
I think they do. I think that's one of their policies anyway.
That was part of the discussion, that it was just for Carter County, but I don't know if we put that in the motion.
I'll put it in there, just to be clear. Okay.
All right, so the motion as read is to approve $2,500 for East Tennessee Spay and Neuter for the use of their services specifically within Carter County. Is that correct?
Billy Campbell.
Aye.
Aaron Frazier.
Aye.
Ross Garland.
Aye.
Julie Gwynn.
Yes.
Travis Hill. Brad Johnson.
Aye.
Robin McKamey.
Last on the list, net rep, approval of $0 historically. In previous years, we had set it up to where the normal $25,000 that we were putting in there was going into a separate fund. Is that still the way that it's set up for this year, Carolyn? Yeah, for net rep, because historically we had not approved them the full $40,000. We had approved them X dollars and then those dollars to go to into a fund for economic development.
Well, what we discussed earlier is that money would be reallocated to cover part of the position in the Parks and Rec, but we're going to take that out. But the discussion earlier was that they weren't assisting with economic development, and that's why the money was taken out. I don't know about it being in the reserve or fund.
Right, there's a reserve account, because I think it was either Brad or
We're gonna put it in a reserve account for the future economic development person of the county or Park and Rec. It depends on whether they're gonna be dual-hatted or single-hatted.
Yeah, that was the previous 2 years is what had happened, because they'd come in and request 40,000 is what they had been requesting. And we cut it back to 25,000 that we gave them and 15,000 going towards economic development. And then last year, they come in and requested 40,000 and we gave them 15,000 and took that 25,000 and put it with the other economic development. So that was the way that it worked historically, but I don't know what reserve account Brad was putting that into.
Like I say, you can remove that totally, because we'll fund that whole thing out of either grant or out of our undesignated fund balance, because it'll be a complete, total new system.
I'm just wanting to make sure that there's because there should be between at least $40,000 to $60,000 in that reserve line right now.
I didn't bring that information in here.
Okay.
Now, net rep is getting ready to be absorbed into the hub.
The hub isn't requesting any local funding.
They are still asking for the counties to have a little bit of skin in the game. Maybe not this amount, but this is going to be different because for Carter County, I'm going to be sitting on the advisory board for the hub. I've been asked to sit on that advisory board, but it's going to be privately funded, but they are still asking for the counties to still have a little bit of skin in the game for this newly formed organization till we can kind of see how this is going to get up and off of its feet. So with me being on that advisory board, if we did say throw in $5,000, I'm going to make sure that, we're kind of getting what we're putting into it as actually being a part of that board. They only have seats for certain counties to be on there, and Carter got asked to fill one of those seats.
And Mayor Grady never got back in touch with me. He and I were supposed to have a
We
conversation
met
about
last week. The press releases went out, and we voted to NetRep be absorbed into the hub. And so it's beginning, the bylaws will now be pushed out. And then I will have a seat on the advisory board just to kind of keep up with what's going on now. But whereas before, we just had someone coming in here and talking to us and hoping that they were pushing us out. But now we'll have a seat at the table. So maybe something to consider, at least.
Isn't that what we took them out because they were not productive, right?
Right, but NetRep's it's absorbing and it's.
But for the future, they're just getting up and going.
Yeah, they've not come in. That specific group hasn't come in and made the request.
Yeah.
So
Will they be making a request at some point?
I don't know. We're still just getting up and going with it. So,
Is this going to make you uncomfortable if you're sitting at this table?
right. To this foundation, and I'm sitting at the table with Carter County with no skin in the game.
Do you know how much they put in?
I don't.
Well, either way, we'd have to supplement it out of the undesignated fund balance.
no, we've got that reserve fund.
I don't think we don't reserve.
I don't remember it.
Because see, when we cut north.
I think when you cut them, Brad, we just cut them.
When we
Put it back in.
We cut them, period.
Yeah, we cut it down, but then there was an additional motion to take the excess and put it into, because the specific motion was for them to get that amount, and then the excess leading up to the 40,000 total was supposed to go into that reserve fund. Yeah, Travis,
2 years we put money in there.
yeah, so there's
This will be
money.
the third year.
Yeah, this would, if we had appropriated it for that, this would be the third year for it. So we could technically pull it directly out of that for this year.
I don't have a memory of that.
Whatever you would think is the best way to handle this. I think this newly formed organization is going to be very beneficial for Carter County. I've been to every meeting. It's different. It's not like what we've seen with NetRep. This is on a much larger scale.
And but the focus of that group is to work with the economic developer that's in each county for them. So if we're just throwing money into it, then we're just supporting whatever efforts that they're doing, but we don't have an economic developer, quote unquote, sitting at the table or for them to liaise with, other than Logan with the city of Elizabethton, which she only works with the city of Elizabethton. She's not going to be looking to develop a pad site out in the county or anything like that.
In the motion, would have to be that be set, 0 to net rev, and the 15,000 be placed in the reserve.
And then once they get situated,
We get situated, we can have them come in or however we want to do it and pull it out of the reserve.
I don't remember what specifically reserve account number that one was for.
I'll have to go look. I don't.
I know, I'm not upset that you don't.
Yeah, I mean, I just want to go look when we take a break.
Please jump up and down, screw it.
So are you making a motion to?
I'm not making any motion.
I'm sorry, to put an additional 15,000 into that fund, or to take the 15,000 out and save it for the hub?
Well, there's not really been any motion made at this point, but I can't make the motion sitting as the chair. I'm just reiterating what the history of that particular line was and what we had done with those funds in the past.
From an old paper I had as of November 30, 2020, there was $40,000 in that account.
So that's from 2020, that was 40 grand.
34745-119.
119.
And then 58190-599 is what's on this reserve sheet. It's for economic development.
Can we take that out and use whatever we?
So this 15,000 will go to that line on 119.
Or we don't have to put anything in it
We
at
don't
this
have to
time.
put anything in it, just leave it as a reserve and.
Well, we don't have to do anything with this funding because the way that she's got it calculated is it being 0. And then they can make the request, the new hub can make the request, and we can move the funds out of that reserve account to go over there. So it doesn't mess up the bottom line in our budget. We've got enough to throw at them whenever the time comes.
Works.
So that need to be
The
one
only
big
concern you
one.
have is though, when you set.
Well, no, all we have to do is reject net revenue.
That you did put stipulation there only for one thing.
The reserve account was originally stipulated just for economic development. So
But
whatever,
no other thing other than just that.
yeah, that's what that reserve account was set up for. That's what it's labeled as, is economic development. It did not have anything additional tied to it whenever the original reserve account was set up.
So I'll make a motion then that we reject net rep.
So we reject net rep's request for $15,000. We have a motion by Julie Gwynn and a second by Ms. Robin McCamey.
Willie Campbell,
No. You're voting no to reject?
I'm writing down the feedback.
Ross Garland,
Aye.
Julie Gwynn,
Yes.
Travis Hill,
Aye.
Brad Johnson.
Yes.
Robin McCamey.
All right. Does that mean we're on to General Fund 101?
Yeah.
All I know is we're paying the finance department way too much. The vote would cut it in half. And we do this one all in one bulk shot? Or do we have to go through and do the individual pieces?
I think you have to do department by department. That's what they did last year, right?
Department by department.
Now, do we have to approve revenues?
Yeah, that was my question is, do we have to approve your revenue projections first?
Okay,
We have to approve the revenue projections first, then we can approve the remainder of the county budget.
okay. Yeah, so revenues, we don't have to do, I mean, we can do all of it.
Yeah, you wouldn't go down individual on the rest.
I wouldn't think so.
The revenue projections, that's all we're doing is just the projections. And so that's just one, the revenue projections is just one shot.
We're going back, yeah. So just to reiterate from what we talked about before, you know, property tax just up a teeny tiny little bit, and I know there was a question about equalization board because they haven't met yet. Based on housing starts that are already in process, we took a very conservative number, which no houses are selling for that low number at this point, that we put in here. So I think based on my conversation with Ronnie, we should be okay. He was okay with the number that we put forward. I discussed that with him.
Okay.
Sales tax, I would not be comfortable taking that number any higher. It was based on projections through April. We did not have May's at the time, which I still don't have yet, but I would not feel comfortable taking that number any higher than what it is right now. Everything else is pretty much kind of is what it is. It's either what it was last year or looking at where we are so far this year. Increasing it just maybe a teeny tiny bit or decreasing it depending on what this current year's revenue look like. But those other two, those were kind of the main things. And I mean, it's up to you all, obviously, but we're pushing the envelope pretty hard if we increase them.
All right. So next up for discussion or next up for a motion is going to be, the floor is open for a motion to approve the revenue and appropriations for County General Fund 101.
Oh, one other thing real quick, sorry. The lease / rentals from workforce development are out completely. We do not know when they're going to take over. The most conservative route was to take it out, and then if they have not taken over into the next fiscal year, then obviously we'll still collect that revenue. But most conservative thought process was to take it out. So it's out.
Yeah, do we still have funding in there that's included for maintenance, like lawn mowing and different things like that.
That was put into building and grounds.
Building and grounds,
So-
but it's still budgeted very conservatively as if we're still maintaining those buildings.
Yeah.
Okay, so we're basically taking the revenue out, but we're leaving the amount left in there to actually fund it.
That we have to have, yeah.
So we have that.
Okay.
So a lot of that'll be a lot lower because building one is not in use at all right now. So we don't have anything happening with building one right now. The school, of course, they're out for the summer. There's nothing really going on in building two. So the only thing up there is about 3 employees from the Carter County School System in total of both buildings.
So we're looking for a motion to approve the revenue and the revenue. Motion by Robin McCamey to approve the revenue estimations as presented. Do we have a second? Second. Second by Willie Campbell. Any discussion? Anybody feel that she's too high? Fire away, Miss Audra.
Willie Campbell. Aaron Frazier.
Aye.
Ross Garland. Julie Gwynn.
Yes.
Travis Jones.
Aye.
Brad Johnson.
Aye.
Robin McKee.
All right, now we move on to we get to go department by department for general fund, correct?
Yeah.
Hey, Aaron, I think we've got Dale back here with 911. Don't you think we could entertain him first, or he's got anything to
I
add?
asked him if he had anything for the agenda tonight.
I don't know if you need any more info from me or not, or if our request is still in there, or.
I have a question. How much did you request? Because I don't have my paper in front
I
of me.
requested 44,732 increase.
Addition. 44,000. Because we're back, what, 225?
I think it's in there the same as it was last year.
Okay, yeah, that's what I'm seeing.
Under Public Health and Welfare, 911.
What was that 44,000?
The 44,000 was for our increased maintenance cost. I mean, when we went in with this CAD RMS system with the sheriff's office and the police department and the other agencies that benefit from this, you know, the song, son, was we're going to get you some help because we got to depreciate the equipment when we get it. So it's like we're paying for it twice. But the benefit from that is I'm not coming and asking you to help me buy this equipment. Same thing with our radio system. We was ready for whichever direction was decided to go. But the CAD system, I was telling Ross there earlier, figuring up today what we're spending between maintenance and depreciation on that is $66,000 a year of my budget is going to that. I've got to have some help with that. Retirement increase just went up 1.5%, so that's right a little over $10,000 increase there. We had a 7% increase in health insurance. It's about a $9,000 increase. Plus all the other maintenance that I've got between the generator, our UPS system that we do, you know, all the computer equipment. I've had 2 cybersecurity tests that the state has paid for. Saves, and things are not cheap, and the state paid for them. There's some things that we need to do to tighten up our network, and that's going to cost a little bit. I don't have the exact figures, but anywhere from $6,000 to $10,000 for the software and stuff we're going to have to monitor this system. We save you thousands of dollars, about $100,000 by doing the service we do. We got great working relationship with these agencies. We also do the addressing in the county. We do all addressing there, and I can tell you right now, address is up 33%. We give out that many more addresses than previous years. You know, we work great with Chris's office.
Was this above and beyond what was ordered?
Well, we gave them the original amount, but they were asking for 44,000 more.
Since the.
We just need some help. I mean, your increase in the other project safety agencies, they've been in the same boat. We deal with all of them. They're just one department. We're doing everything we can to keep folks and.
You know what's that on the big page?
Yeah, on the big page, where's it at?
It's not on that one. I guess they're technically not considered an outside agency. They weren't included on it
We're not, we're,
last year.
it's in the general fund. Years ago, we're contracted service. We're spending over $400,000 of state money for those services and for personnel and things. We just added 2 positions because our call volume's up 25%.
What was the state's increase for you guys this year, or was there one?
There wasn't one this year.
So if we're going down on the summary, Carolyn.
Yeah, they're not on the outside agency. It's just one line that says ambulance emergencies, medical services 911.
Well, on this one here,
We don't have a detailed budget.
Yeah, they don't
It's
have a
just
detailed budget. It's just one
It's
line.
a total.
it's in the summary. But what I'm looking at on that summary, when we're going down through, were y'all gonna do it by department, there, like finance department, administration? Because when you get down to the public welfare, you have Shepherd's Inn again, and then you have the Child Advocacy Center.
Those are just pass throughs, so they're in the revenue, but then they come out in the expenses. So it was like what Patty was asking about earlier. We get that money in and then it goes straight back out to them.
Okay, well, that's the reason I was wondering, so they're getting, like, the Shepherd's Inn is getting another 12,000, or is it just?
No, that's,
Pass
So
through.
it's just the same, okay,
Yeah,
gotcha.
yeah.
Okay.
this is it falls under the public health and welfare section.
Okay. But we did it on the other one.
Right. We approved it now. We'll approve public health and welfare as a bulk. It's not being charged twice. It's just showing up in 2 different places.
How would that affect?
Now, with the way things are, we are at a positive $58,000 unless we change something. So if we change something, then that changes, of course, that.
And so in the request for you guys, you're not really wanting to change any systems over. You're not wanting to do anything of that like. This is just generally for maintenance. This is and increases in insurance costs and different things like that.
Yeah, and where we added those 2 positions, help with those, because that's technically what those positions are for those services we're contracted to do.
And the 44,000 doesn't include any pay raises or anything like that for any of the employees, correct?
Not right now at the moment, no.
Well, how does that work since it's a contracted service and we have a contract rate?
What's been done in the past, if I can speak, what's been done in the past is you all approve what amount. You may go with the amount that I ask, you may go with a different amount, but whatever you approve, then I go back and have our legal counsel fix the contract, and we go through Josh Harden to you all, and y'all take it through to the full commission, maybe do the budget and stuff.
Well, I'll just throw this out there. We gave the fire departments extra, we've given the rescue squad extra, we've given the sheriff's department extra. I mean, these guys are the hub that make everything else go. I
Yeah,
don't know if we can do it, but I hope that we can make something happen.
and I'm not saying anything, okay, so don't take it that way, but it was this presented in the original budget? Was the additional 40?
Yes, sir. April 21st, I came and presented a packet to the budget committee, actually sent them through the
I don't remember that.
office, and believe me, I went back to see if we got lost in the shuffle. That's why I've been at all the meetings, just to make sure what went on.
Talk about chairs for one. I can't remember.
You may mention, you may not mention.
Yeah, that's true. Well, and I think there was a couple times that I was late to the hearings, and I think I may have just missed that one. So take that. My kids have ball games that coincide with the start, so I was late for a couple. So I'm sitting here going, I don't remember this at all. So So the 44, so his request 44 is not included in what's listed on here currently. Okay. So are we going to go from the bottom to the top this time so we can go ahead and deal with that one? Or do y'all want to start at the top and roll all the way down to the bottom and hit that one in just a minute?
It's up to you all. I mean,
Well,
if you're already talking about this one, if you want to go ahead.
yeah, since he's here, let's jump to this
Then
one.
we can
So,
go back to, then we can go back to the rest of them.
all right, so we'll start in public health and welfare. What is do we have the actual total on that one? Or do we want to go line by line through them to hit them all? Let's just skip to it. On the floor right now is ambulance and emergency medical services, 911, 225,000. They've requested an increase of $44,732. So they're requesting an increase of $44,732, which would bring their total to $269,732.
I'll make a motion, we give them 245,000.
We have a motion on the floor to give 245.
I'll second that.
Second by Julie Gwynn. So we have a motion and a second to provide ambulance and emergency medical services for $245,000 for fiscal year 22-23. Any discussion?
Willie Campbell,
No.
Aaron Frazier,
Aye.
Ross Garland,
Aye.
Julie Gwynn,
Yes.
Travis Hill,
No.
Brad Johnson,
Aye.
Robin McCabe. I'm sorry, what was it? 5-2. Motion passes.
Thought there was 3 no's.
William.
Travis, okay. All right, so that one passes. So 245 is where it came back in at.
Thank you very much. We'll get that contract fixed for you. Thank you all.
If I'd known he was waiting on that, I would have hit him a whole lot earlier. I just thought he was here to hang out. I'd have jumped to that one first. All right, so now we'll just do public health and welfare as a group. Floor is open for a motion to approve public health and welfare. Motion by Robin McCamey. Sorry, Brad, I don't know what page this is. Got it, Julie?
In the detail, it's page 41. That's what you're talking about, right? Finish out the rest of that.
Well, I'd just like to find out, I
Section.
don't give a crap which pack, but
Yeah, page 41 in the detail, Brad.
It's close to 25.
I was going by the summary list, so I probably shouldn't do that. It's different than what's over here. 62.5. Okay. 245. That puts the total increase for local welfare to 80.
Gary, maybe back.
Go ahead, Willie.
We're going to have to get Gary, maybe back get your figure.
So you're talking about total local welfare services?
Yeah, I'm running it right now.
Oh, I think he's talking about this. So, let me just be clear, so what you just approved was 911 going from 225 to 245?
Correct.
Okay. So that's a $20,000 increase, so that means the proposed change would be an additional $20,000, so that would be $33,000 or $82,500 for the total proposed.
And then under that total section though, that was what I was looking at, the total public health and welfare. Do we approve that one as a block and then public safety as a block? Or do we just go for the entire 101 at one shot?
Do you actually, you do every single department.
So county commission board.
Yeah.
Gotcha. All right. So we've already done the ambulance one, so we'll start at the top and go county commission. We have a motion to approve $192,280 for county commission budget. Motion by Willie Campbell, second by Robin McCamey. Any discussion?
Willie Campbell.
Aye.
Aaron Frazier.
Aye.
Ross Garland.
Aye.
Julie Gwynn.
Yes.
Travis Hill.
Aye.
Brad Johnson.
Aye.
Robin McCamey.
Next up, Board of Equalization, $7,602.25. Motion by Ross. Anybody else? Second by Robin McCamey.
Willie Campbell.
Aye.
Aaron Frazier.
Aye.
Ross Garland.
Aye.
Julie Gwynn.
Yes.
Travis Hill.
Yes.
Brad Johnson.
Yes.
Robin McCamey.
Next up, County Mayor's budget request, $353,440.94. Motion by Robin McCamey. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Willie Campbell. Any discussion?
Willie Campbell.
Aye.
Aaron Frazier.
Aye.
Ross Garland.
Aye.
Julie Gwynn.
Yes.
Travis Hill.
Aye.
Austin. Brad Johnson.
Yes.
Robin McCamey.
Next up, motion to approve budgeted amount for the county attorney's office, $83,582.55.
Move.
Motion by Willie Campbell. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Ross Garland. Any discussion?
Willie Campbell.
Aye.
Aaron Frazier.
Aye.
Ross Garland.
Aye.
Julie Gwynn.
Yes.
Travis Hill.
Yes.
Brad Johnson.
Yes.
Robin McCamey.
Yes.
Next up, request by the Election Commission for $459,756.47. Floor is open for a motion. Motion by Robin McCamey. Second.
Second.
Second by Mr. Willie Campbell. Any discussion? Did theirs include pay raises this year, or was it just an additional part-time?
Just additional, no, their original one had raises in it, but we took it out before it was submitted.
Okay, cool. Any other discussion?
Willie Campbell.
Aye.
Aaron Frazier.
Aye.
Ross Garland.
Aye.
Julie Gwynn.
Yes.
Travis Hill.
Yes.
Austin James, I'm sorry. Brad Johnson.
Yes.
Robin McCamey.
Yes.
Next up, Register of Deeds request, $274,434.23.
Motion to approve.
Motion by Ross Garland. Do we have a second? Second by Robin McCamey. Any discussion?
Willie
Carry on.
Campbell.
I'm sorry.
Aaron Frazier.
Aye.
Ross Garland.
Aye.
Julie Gwynn.
Yes.
Travis Hill.
Yes.
Brad Johnson.
Yes.
Robin McCamey.
Yes.
Planning Department request for $402,786.90. I remember their original budget had included pay raises and different things like that. That stuff was removed out.
The pay raises were taken out of everything as far as, like cost of living raises. If someone made a change within their department and like a merit increase or a change in position, those are included, but those would have been discussed during the budget hearings.
Okay.
And there were a couple of those, but those were discussed during the budget hearings.
So the floor is open for a motion to approve the Planning Department's budget request.
Cost of living, the same thing as getting a raise.
Yeah. I think it was just merit increases though, people changing job positions, if I'm correct.
There were a couple of departments where they would have been down a person, and so they moved someone up to like a different position, that type of thing.
To approve.
Motion by Robin McCamey. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Ross Garland. Any discussion? Charlie Mike.
Willie Campbell.
Aye.
Aaron Frazier.
Aye.
Ross Garland.
Aye.
Julie Gwynn.
Yes.
Travis Hill.
Aye.
Brad Johnson.
Aye.
Robin McCamey.
Yes.
Next up, county buildings, $988,169.49 budget request.
So move.
Motion by Mr. Willie Campbell. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Robin McCamey. She wants to go home. Any discussion?
You're also very, helps out a little bit.
Willie Campbell.
Aye.
Aaron Frazier.
Aye.
Ross Garland.
Aye.
Julie Gwynn.
Yes.
Travis Hill.
Yes.
Brad Johnson. Robin McCamey.
Yes.
Do we need to do anything for other facilities? Being at zero, we can just skip it. Cool. And do we want to take a 10? Been at it for another hour and a half. Seven. All right.
That's,
No, she did last year.
I would be very
That
happy.
would be nice, wouldn't it?
about the same.
Robin, you made that call for pizzas yet?
Are we ready? You know I'll do it.
I can go get my credit card real quick. I'll order.
This was the meeting last year.
I think it was, wasn't it?
Yeah, this was the meeting. I somehow missed
You
that.
guys want pizza?
It went on,
No,
I mean, there was a lot more.
I do, but I don't, so.
I was gonna say, I ate a little before I got here, but I'll eat again.
All right.
That's gonna get in. There we go.
We're here at least another two.
What? Why?
You'll see.
Oh.
We might need to call in.
that.
We shall see. We'll see what our endurance is looking like.
Okay, never mind. I was gonna say, but if it gets kicked back, then it comes back on the 8th. So if we don't get through all of it the 9th, then it's 2 weeks from the 8th before it comes back again, so. Because we have to have 10 days, 10 business days in between.
Yep.
According to Josh.
All right, so next up, counting and budgeting, request for $771,381.70.
Motion to approve.
Motion by Ross to approve. Second by Robin McCamey. Any discussion?
How much can we get out of that?
How much?
I'm trying to budget. Trying to find some money where there ain't none.
Got a motion and a second. Any discussion?
Willie Campbell.
Aye.
Aaron Frazier.
Aye.
Ross Garland.
Aye.
Julie Gwynn.
Yes.
Travis Hill.
He has vacated us for the evening.
Oh, he's like gone?
Yes.
Okay.
Is that an option?
We're one above quorum right now, so.
Brad Johnson.
Yes.
Robin McCamey.
Yes.
Next up, excuse me, request by the Property Assessor's Office for $401,121.82.
So moved. Second.
Motion by Mr. Willie Campbell and a second by Mr. Ross Garland. Any discussion? Charlie Mack, when you're ready.
Willie Campbell.
Aye.
Aaron Frazier.
Aye.
Ross Garland.
Aye.
Julie Gwynn.
Yes.
Brad Johnson.
Yes.
Robin McCamey.
Next up, request by the Reappraisal Office for $175,450.05. Do we have a motion?
So moved.
So moved by Mr. Brad Johnson. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Ross Garland. Any discussion? Carry on.
Willie Campbell.
Aye.
Aaron Frazier.
Aye.
Ross Garland.
Aye.
Julie Gwynn.
Yes.
Brad Johnson.
Yes.
Robin McCamey.
Motion by the trustee's office for a request by the trustee's office for $391,436.61. Do we have a motion?
Motion.
We have a motion to approve by Ms. Julie Gwynn. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Mr. Bradley Johnson. Any discussion? Charlie Oscar.
Willie Campbell.
Aye.
Aaron Frazier.
Aye.
Ross Garland.
Aye.
Julie Gwynn.
Yes.
Brad Johnson.
Yes.
Robin McCamey.
Yes.
Request by the county clerk's office for $519,625.05.
Move.
We have a motion by Mr. Willie Campbell. Do we have a second? Second by Ms. Robin McCamey. Any discussion?
Willie Campbell.
Aye.
Aaron Frazier.
Aye.
Ross Garland.
Aye.
Julie Gwynn.
Yes.
Brad Johnson.
Yes.
Robin McCamey.
Yes.
Moving on down, administration of justice. Request by the circuit court Oh, sorry, Brad.
You're going to work.
We go county clerk and the circuit.
What'd you announce today?
Circuit Court.
Administration.
Yeah.
Motion approved.
For $781,040.32. Have a motion by Mr. Ross Garland. Do we have a second? Second by Ms. Robin McCamey. Any discussion?
Willie Campbell.
Aye.
Aaron Frazier.
Aye.
Ross Garland.
Aye.
Julie Gwynn.
Yes.
Brad Johnson.
Yes.
Robin McKean.
Next up, General Sessions Court, request for $271,829.75. Do we have a motion?
Move.
Motion by Mr. Willie Campbell. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Ross Garland. Any discussion?
Willie Campbell.
Aye.
Aaron Frazier.
Aye.
Ross Garland.
Aye.
Brad Johnson.
Aye.
Julie Gwynn. Brad Johnson. Robin McKean.
Yes.
Next up, request for the drug court, $14,000. Motion, floor's open for a motion.
Motion approved.
Motion by Ross Garland. Do we have a second? Second by Robin McCamey. Any discussion? You're
Willie
ready.
Campbell.
Aye.
Aaron Frazier.
Aye.
Ross Garland.
Aye.
Julie Gwynn.
Yes.
Brad Johnson.
Yes.
Robin McKean.
Yes.
Next up, request by the Chancery Court for $384,536.16.
So moved.
So moved by Mr. Brad Johnson. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Willie Campbell. Any discussion?
Willie Campbell.
Aye.
Aaron Frazier.
Aye.
Ross Garland.
Aye.
Julie Gwynn.
Yes.
Brad Johnson.
Yes.
Robin McKean.
Last up, other administration of justice, funding for juries, $28,725. Motion by Julie Gwynn, next.
Second.
Second by Mr. Ross Garland. Any discussion? Did they request an increase for increase in hotel costs or anything like that in case they have a sequestered jury?
Not that I were.
No, I think there's just rollover.
Yeah, I think
They haven't had
theirs is the same.
anything, so it stayed the same.
Okay.
If they're aware that they're having one, that they normally will.
Okay. When you're ready, Ms. Audrey.
Willie Campbell.
Aye.
Aaron Frazier.
Aye.
Ross Garland. Julie Gwynn.
Yes.
Brad Johnson.
Yes.
Robin McKean.
Next up, Sheriff's Department request for $4,864,323.47.
We'll move.
Second.
Motion by Willie Campbell, second by Julie Gwynn. Any discussion?
Do we need to bring up about this is the one that we discussed last time that has the one SRO position out of it? So if for some reason they were not to close Siam School, that we were told they were, but if they weren't, then we would have to put that back in at a later time.
And that was how much?
45-ish with salary and benefits. I took the least paid SRO amount and took that out.
Any further discussion?
Willie Campbell.
Aye.
Aaron Frazier.
Aye.
Ross Garland. Julie Gwynn.
Yes.
Brad Johnson.
Yes.
Robin McKean.
Next up, jail's request for $4,026,993.19.
So moved.
Motion by Brad Johnson is second.
Second.
Second by Julie Gwynn. Any discussion? This included the raise that we had approved as of last year, correct? Okay.
Yeah, and it also includes what we came up with, what would be step raises that is in there. both for the jail and for the sheriff's department. That's included in both of those budgets.
Any further discussion?
Was the food in there, the increase like 20% or so, or more?
I changed it. I reduced it a little bit. It's still above what it was for the school system, what they requested, but I did reduce it down a little bit from what it had been before. So it's more like, I think it was 17, 18%.
I think that'll work.
Which seemed to be more reasonable, and they have quite an excess right now. I know they're trying to spend some of that out that they have in excess, but the fact that they've had excess in that line for the last few years. So we didn't cut it by any means, but I took out some of that increase.
Should
And they did agree to that in the open meeting.
Go ahead when you're ready.
Willie Campbell.
Aye.
Aaron Frazier.
Aye.
Ross Garland.
Aye.
Yes.
Brad Johnson.
Yes.
Robin McCamey.
Next up, request by Juvenile Services for $232,861.31.
Approve.
Motion by Ross Garland, second. Second by Ms. Robin McCamey. This is separate from the Juvenile Detention Center, correct? Or is this that same fund?
No, this
This
is
is
your
separate.
YSOs.
Yeah, that's the contract.
All right, Willie Campbell.
Aye.
Aaron Frazier.
Aye.
Ross Garland.
Aye.
Julie Gwynn.
Yes.
Brad Johnson.
Yes.
Robin McCamey.
Next up, Fire Prevention and Control, Volunteer Fire Departments. This says 481. Oh, does this include the 4,000 from
And that's including Butler. That would be the difference for.
Butler and City of Elizabeth?
Yes, that would be the difference. I'll make a motion.
Motion by Ms. Julie Gwynn. Second by Ms. Robin McCamey. Any discussion?
Willie Campbell.
Aye.
Aaron Frazier.
Aye.
Ross Garland.
Aye.
Julie Gwynn.
Yes.
Brad Johnson.
Yes.
Robin McCamey.
Next up, request from the Rescue Squad for $371,105.
Motion to approve.
Motion by Ms. Julie Gwynn. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Ms. Robin McCamey. Any discussion?
Willie Campbell. Aaron Frazier.
Aye.
Ross Garland.
Aye.
Julie Gwynn.
Yes.
Brad Johnson.
Yes.
Robin McCamey.
Request from the Emergency Management Organization, Billy's organization for $154,841.75.
Move.
Motion by Mr. Campbell, second by Ms. Gwynn. Any discussion? There's other stuff included in there besides the EMA in there.
There is, there's inspection and regulation, but that's in a separate, I mean, it was, and if you look at the detail, it's in a separate line, but in this, it rolls up together.
Okay.
No, actually, it is on a separate line here, sorry. There was another one that rolled up in another department.
Okay.
Willie Campbell.
Aye.
Aaron Frazier.
Aye.
Ross Garland.
Aye.
Julie Gwynn.
Yes.
Brad Johnson.
Yes.
Robin McCamey.
Yes.
Secondary part, inspection and regulation thereof, a request of $3,844.70.
Motion to approve.
Motion by Mr. Ross Garland. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Ms. Julie Gwynn. Any discussion? Send it.
Willie Campbell.
Aye.
Aaron Frazier.
Aye.
Ross Garland.
Aye.
Julie Gwynn.
Yes.
Brad Johnson.
Yes.
Robin McCamey.
All right, request from the county coroner / medical examiner for $31,989.75. Do we have a motion? Who was that? Julie, motion to Miss Julie Gwynn, second. By Miss Robin McCamey. Any discussion?
Is that one including his, didn't we choose to raise him per diem the other day? Is that, did we do that? What was that on him, on Ben?
Or the coroner? Yeah, we did. It's in here.
That's in here too.
Yeah, it's included in there.
Billy Campbell.
Aye.
Aaron Frazier.
Aye.
Ross Garland.
Aye.
Julie Gwynn.
Yes.
Brad Johnson.
Yes.
Robin McCamey.
All right. Other public safety, $3,452.70. What does that entail?
Heather.
You have to dig for a pig.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I will say, and I don't know the details on this, but the equipment operations had been in the budget, but there was no request for that, so we took it back out.
Okay.
Other than that, it's pretty close to what it was from the previous year.
Any other discussion? Who was the motion and second on that one? Robin makes the motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Ross Garland.
Billy Campbell.
Aye.
Aaron Frazier.
Aye.
Ross Garland.
Aye.
Julie Gwynn.
Yes.
Brad Johnson.
Yes.
Robin McCamey.
All right. Moving now to public health and welfare. Anybody need a moment? All right, local health center, $753,182.97. Do we have a motion on the floor? Motion by Mr. Robin McCamey. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Mr. Ross Garland. Any discussion?
Willie Campbell.
Aye.
Aaron Frazier.
Aye.
Ross Garland.
Aye.
Julie Gwynn.
Yes.
Brad Johnson.
Yes.
Robin McCamey.
Next up, rabies and animal control, AKA the animal shelter. Total budget request, $482,982.10.
Motion to approve.
Motion by Ms. Julie Gwynn. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Mr. Brad Johnson. Any discussion? They had requested to add a second or another part-time position, or did they have one that was unfilled?
The one that's unfilled. A part-time person that moved to a full-time that replaced a full-time position.
Willie Campbell.
Aye.
Aaron Frazier.
Aye.
Ross Garland.
Aye.
Julie Gwynn.
Yes.
Brad Johnson.
Yes.
Robin McCamey.
We already approved ambulance and emergency medical services, 911. Next up, crippled children services, vocational rehab, requested $27,809.
Motion to approve.
Motion by Julie Gwynn. Do we have a second? Second by Ross Garland. Any discussion? Do we need to approve that one here again a second time?
That's what I was just gonna ask. We've already done it over here.
Yeah.
Some of these. that
Same for Shepherd's Inn,
are Already.
same for,
So those, well, they're not red on yours, but the ones that are the pauper burials, that one probably needs to be approved. But the other two, the two 7,000s at the bottom, those are in and out, so.
2 7,000s.
Yeah, down at the bottom where the remittance of revenue collected, so it's money that comes in the revenue and it goes right back out. We're just a pass through.
Okay, all right, so we can skip vocational rehab, Shepherd's Inn, but we need to hit other local welfare services and other public health and welfare, considering those have other pieces involved in them.
No, the Shepherd's Inn we've already done.
Yeah.
The ones, the two down at the very bottom on the detailed sheet on page 41, the pauper burials, I think we need to approve that one because I couldn't find that anywhere else in the documentation and it's the same as it was last year. So that one needs to be approved separately.
Yeah, those two, that's what I was talking about, is the next two items on the summary sheet.
Yeah.
All right, so skip that one. Other local welfare services, which includes the Child Advocacy Center, Isaiah House, ARM, and pauper burials for $62,500.
Motion to approve.
Have a second? Second by Julie Gwynn. Motion by Ms. Robin McCamey. Any discussion? When you're ready.
Willie Campbell.
Aye.
Aaron Frazier.
Aye.
Ross Garland.
Aye.
Julie Gwynn.
Yes.
Brad Johnson.
Yes.
Robin McKinney.
Thank you, guys. Next up, other public health and welfare services includes ETSU pathology for autopsies, Kids Like Us, Red Cross, etc., for a total of $148,201.96.
Second.
Got a motion by Mr. Willie Campbell and a second by Ross Garland. Looking over. This also includes Keep Carter County Beautiful, Red Cross, Appalachian Tales, Northeast Tennessee Spay and Neuter. The bulk of it going to ETSU pathology at $126,201.96.
Kids Like Us is not in there, though. Kids Like Us have zero total.
They are zeroed out in here, correct?
I'm just making sure that.
Total increase of $4,893, which I think the vast majority of it comes between East Tennessee Spay and Neuter and ETSU pathology.
Correct.
2,400 for pathology and 2,500 there. So, any discussion?
Okay. Willie Campbell. Aaron Frazier.
Aye.
Ross Garland.
Aye.
Julie Gwynn.
Yes.
Brad Johnson.
Yes.
Robin McKinney.
All right. Next up on the summary sheet has social, cultural, and recreational services. Senior citizens assistance, $61,070. And that encompasses First Tennessee Human Resources Agency, the Senior Volunteer Program, which is now UETHA, and the Senior Citizen Center, $26,500 for a total of $61,070.
Motion to approve.
Motion by Julie Groyan, second by Ms. Robin McCamey. Any discussion? Call it when you're ready.
Willie Campbell. Aaron Frazier.
Aye.
Ross Garland.
Aye.
Julie Gwynn.
Yes.
Brad Johnson.
Yes.
Robin McKinney.
Next up, the library, Carter County, or Elizabeth and Carter County Public Library, request of $75,000. Vote floor is open.
We already did it.
Oh, yeah, we already did that one.
Yeah.
Parks and Rec, we're sending back. Other social, cultural, Boys and Girls Imagination Library, anything in that one that's we've not done yet? No.
No, we already done that one.
Parks. Yep. All right, so the rest of those are done. Next up, under agricultural and natural resources. Everyone is ready. It's page 45 in the full, For a total of $128,387.94. Consists of the agricultural extension services, and that's it. Floor's open for a motion.
Motion to approve.
Motion by Brad Johnson, second by, who was the other one? Ross, second by Ross Garland. Any discussion?
Willie Campbell. Aaron Frazier.
Aye.
Ross Garland.
Aye.
Julie Gwynn.
Yes.
Brad Johnson.
Yes.
Robin McKinney.
All right, next up, flood control for $1,950. Motion to approve. Motion by Ross Garland, second by
Second.
by Robin McCamey. Any discussion?
What is that?
That is for monitoring flood zones and different things like that. Is that part of the stormwater that's that is specifically for, it's something to do with FEMA.
It sounds like.
It falls under the planning,
Yeah.
it falls under the planning office.
Okay, so that's, okay, I got you. That makes more sense. Okay.
Any other discussion?
Willie Campbell.
Aye.
Aaron Frazier.
Aye.
Ross Garland.
Aye.
Julie Gwynn.
Yes.
Brad Johnson.
Yes.
Robin McKinney.
That revolves around flood permitting is what it goes around. So, because everything on there is rentals, data processing, office supplies, and other supplies and materials. So, all right. Next up, other agricultural and natural resources, which includes the Soil Conservation and Department of Agriculture for a total of $45,000.
Move.
Motion by Mr. Willie Campbell. Second by Robin McCamey. Any discussion?
Willie Campbell.
Aye.
Aaron Frazier.
Aye.
Ross Garland.
Aye.
Julie Gwynn.
Yes.
Brad Johnson.
Yes.
Robin McKinney.
Next up, moving on down for other operations. First up on the list is tourism, which includes the funding of the hotel motel tax. And that is by and large it.
Didn't we already do that?
Yeah, we already did that one. And net rep FTDD, we already did those two, correct?
Yes.
Veteran services, we haven't done though.
Correct.
Veteran services, request of $47,252.75.
Second.
Got a motion by Ms. Robin McCamey and a second by Julie Gwynn. Trying to find that in the list. Must be on the next page. It is, which includes veteran services, salaries, and non-payroll. Any other discussion?
Willie Campbell.
Aye.
Ross Garland. Aaron Frazier.
Aye.
Julie Gwynn.
Yes.
Brad Johnson.
Yes.
Robin McKinney.
All right, miscellaneous, $280,865. Where is the miscellaneous category contained at? In the detail.
It is on page 51.
51, thank you. Because we skipped CARE Act.
Yeah, those I just put in there because there was money in it from the prior year.
Okay. The unencumbered balance on, is there an unencumbered balance on that?
No, CARES Act, we're done with all of that.
Okay. All right. Request for $280,865 covers a broad range of stuff, primarily trustees commissions, $235,445. And some other miscellaneous rentals, unclaimed property, and that sort of thing. We have a motion?
Move.
Motion by Mr. Willie Campbell. Do we have a second?
Second.
By Mr. Ross Garland. Any discussion?
Willie Campbell.
Aye.
Aaron Frazier.
Aye.
Ross Garland.
Aye.
Julie Gwynn.
Yes.
Brad Johnson.
Yes.
Robin McKinney.
Next up, litter and trash collection. This is the litter grant, isn't it?
That's
30.
based on what we know right now, so it could change. It's not been, we don't know the definite number for it yet.
Okay. And we will go with the tentative amount of $34,900. We have a motion. Motion by Ms. Julie Gwynn, second by Ms. Robin McCamey. Any further discussion?
What was that amount again, you said?
$34,900, page 52.
Willie Campbell.
Aye.
Aaron Fraser.
Aye.
Robert Norman.
Aye.
Julie Gwynn.
Yes.
Fred Johnson. Robin McKee.
All right. Solid waste and sanitation. And we've not done that.
Those.
Do what?
We did that
We
one.
We already
did
done
them
that one already? Yay.
Yep.
We already did highway.
Yeah.
What else we got? Do what?
We did all the other funds.
Different one? Yeah, we did all the other ones already.
38,000 for drug enforcement, which was done under, which one was that done under? Or do we need to hit that one?
That was Fund 122, which we already did that.
County drug control is. Highway was done.
We have two things remaining. For the request sheet that the finance office did for bonuses. And the other is an additional request regarding the Board of Education Fund.
So the one for the salary increase is the same you had before, with the exception of two things were added. A smaller amount being $750 and $350, and then there was discussion about what it would be for basically an average 2-week pay period, which is the one that's at the bottom.
Thank you for indulging me on that request, by the way. I know it was a pain in the butt to come up with, but
Well, that one's just kind of a guesstimate as to what it could possibly
Correct.
be. The other paper is, I was requested to discuss with CTAS what would be the maintenance of effort decrease for the schools based on the 97 drop in enrollment. And so what their calculation is a reduction in what's given to the schools for maintenance of effort of that $231,000. That did come from CTAS, and when I spoke to the auditors today, they said that that was a legitimate reduction in there as far as they were concerned. That's never been done in recent years, I'll put it that way. I don't know historically how long, but I don't.
historically, we've at least not done it in the past 4 years.
2006 was the last time.
2006, yeah, because nobody could remember when that reduction had been done, so. Actually, look right there.
So it's saying 231,592 is what we could take.
That's what we could legitimately reduce their budget for under the auspices of the reduction in students. If we were allowed to go back historically, we would be looking at a huge number.
I don't know that if we can do that,
We can't.
based on discussions I have. I'm waiting to get back from some additional information from Mary Ann from Tennessee Department of Education, but I do know that the $231,000 can be done at this point.
Well, the school is a whole nother basket of eggs, but I will be honest when I tell you this. I know we discussed this the other night, that they were getting 5,000 from the ARP monies. They may or may not get that. It may or may not approve. What bothers me about that, it didn't feel right when we were talking about it. That money was supposed to be from past.
From March 2020 to,
Exactly, but that's supposed to be for time past, for hazard pay or essential pay. this is for now. I mean, if you don't give them a raise and you just fall back on that, then, because it was supposed to be for a different time, I just feel like it's the wrong thing to do. It's just my opinion. I know it's a recurring cost and nobody likes facing recurring costs, but it's just using it as a fallback when you use the ARP monies for that, when it's something that was meant to be for a time pass.
Well, I have an interesting supposition that we can tie along with that. As far as the increase in funding goes for the fire departments, just this year, obviously, because those are renegotiated every year, and 911, and trying to think of another one. Let's just take fire departments and 911. Technically, could we not take funding from the ARP funds to increase those two particular line items? The 911 office, their request for, $20,000 or $40,000. And then the other request for the fire departments, the $9,000 per department or per location. Could we not take that money from ARP funds this year?
I mean, there could be.
Clear up some salary cap room,
There could be a request for additional funding for those organizations. They're not-for-profit organizations. That can be done.
What I'm saying is can't we just use the ARP funds to fund those?
I mean, that request would just have to be made.
So you want us to know about what we're paying him out of our
Well, that's gonna
ARP
be,
monies?
there's some other things that's matured in the past 15 days that a lot of you are unaware of.
Let's hear it.
One is that the TDEC money for the utilities.
Yeah.
They had all went to work hard vigorously to get their amounts there, and then they reduced it for over $1 million. I agree, got the numbers in, so they have to reduce their amounts of requests, or we have to make up the difference out of ARP to their original price, so. And we're still trying to find out why they reduced it, where did that reduction go to?
Yeah, they also, these agencies have asked for other things. They asked for the mobile station, they've asked for an additional ambulance. So that's already in the calculation. We already have more things than what we can pay for out of those funds before that's even taken into consideration. So, I mean, it'll be up to that committee and then on to financial management to make a decision. That would, of course, drop down toward the bottom of the list as far as requests are concerned. These other items are specific one-time requests, which definitely fit into the scenario of what ARP funds are for. What they're asking for is just an additional support that could be considered questionable when you get to the point where you're having to start cutting things out.
Well, worth a shot.
But then the other on the Jews' concern is they can't be but a handful of employees that wasn't here during that day. I doubt it could be a handful.
Well, then if that's the case, then when it hits the ARP money, they're gonna say no go. I mean, they're not gonna get it. They're not gonna get $5,000.
What she's saying is the employees that are currently here that weren't during that time period.
Well, say there won't be a handful.
But you're banking everything on that hope that everybody votes for a $5,000. What if they don't?
I'd rank you to go through.
Maybe not.
Well,
I've seen things that I would have swore go through that.
The logic of it is, you don't vote for a bonus, then you're going to vote for a 6-cent raise in your taxes. Now, which one would you vote for? So there's your options. That's the only options you have.
But I still say it's just a different, it's different. That was from 2 years ago.
That was fun.
It was from a time frame from 2 years ago forward.
Yeah, that's where the original moved.
That's what that bonus is for, but raises are for now. So,
But what Brad's saying on the flip side of that, and correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Johnson, is what we're trying to do is give a bonus significantly more than what we would normally consider to offset providing a raise this year. That way they would end up in the same place.
If we give them $5,000, and that's going to include what you would think would be a raise, and you wouldn't accept it.
In lieu of,
accept it.
in lieu of a
I
raise.
still think the timeline thing, you're not gonna convince me.
Yeah, but you're not affecting that many people.
More than you think.
How can you? They've all left their job.
I've not gotten to that yet. I mean, that's on the list of things to do, but that's not, I'll have that ready before Health and Welfare meets again. But I've not gone back and run the numbers to see how many people would be excluded. I did tell him I would do that, but I have not gotten to that. Not gotten that far down the list yet.
Is that for the ARP bonus or is that?
Yes.
But
Yeah,
from
there will
them-
be people excluded, but I don't know how many. I have no idea.
But see, from them, they've lost more than they've gained. If it ain't, how do we use their funds to give bonuses?
We're trying to hire people now. Can't even get them. We're trying to hire people now and can't even get them like everybody else.
I don't have, I'm kind of not sympathetic to them on that for one big principal reason. They already have received a $3,000 bonus and nobody else got it. Correct?
Yes, sir.
Am I correct? Everybody agree? They received,
Are you talking about the,
huh?
are you just talking about the sheriff's department?
Yeah. You're talking county over.
Right.
But see, they've had no changes. Ones and twos. All we have to do is provide for the ones and twos. If I went with my general budget, we'll give them a raise, but they don't get a bonus, and give a bonus to the ones out of the ARP qualified. I don't know, that probably below the commission's mind, but that's rather
I
than if
hate
you
for the
go.
finance director to pull her hair out and run away screaming.
Just to clarify, the sheriff's department the jailers got the raise, the $1,000. The sheriff's department and the jail got a retention bonus, which we are still in the process of paying out. 3 of the 4 installments have been paid. There's still 1 installment to do, and then there's a few people, like 3, I think, that will be accrued for year end because they won't have been here long enough. Of new people that are here and stay. We put the stipulation in there, they had to stay until it was paid out again, and there have been some that came, but they left before it got paid out again. And then the sheriff's department and the jail both get step raises based on the schedule that they submit to the state. Remaining county employees don't get any of that.
They haven't gotten anything.
So that's, I hate to throw that out there, but that is something to keep in mind as you look at the schedule. It does have the sheriff's department on it and the jail on it, but they have gotten stuff already. The county, the rest of the county employees, the highway and remaining county have gotten nothing.
So we could,
And will not get anything unless it is approved through this group to move on.
See, if you take an employee with a spouse, they got right up front, 10,100 in stimulus. They each got stimulus. They got it 2 times under the prior administration. They got 2 4% raises out of this commission. They got 2 Christmas bonuses out of it. And this one department gets 3,000 above that. Now, where in the heck is the problem with the money? Now, for an employee, a spouse with children, that comes to $14,700. 2 raises, 2 bonuses, 2 stimulus, and with a $3,000 bonus. That's why I'm not sympathetic. My God, that's more than the years that I put in over, that's more I got a combination almost in payroll, let alone for a year's, what they call raise. And that's above their salary line. They still got vacation, still got comp time, they still got overtime. They lost no benefits whatsoever.
Whatever happened on that, where we thought that was an issue, having comp time and overtime, it's like double dipping.
I don't have an answer on it yet.
I don't think it actually boils down to actual overtime, does it? I thought that was just what they called the,
I mean, I'm still researching it, but they do get overtime.
They get paid time and a half on overtime.
If they work.
yeah, there's a certain amount.
They have multiple levels of, they have straight time, they have holiday time, they have, I mean, that, you know, their pay scale, because when you look at it the way it's presented here, it is a little deceiving because of the fact that they get all these additional things that regular county employees and highway employees do not get. And this would be above and beyond what they're already getting with their step raises and their bonuses and their overtime and so forth that other county employees are not eligible for. Other county employees don't have those same benefits that the sheriff's department and the jail do.
So what we have before us is the set for flat amounts. And we have the potential that there's going to be an extra $1 million that has been unaccounted for in the ARP funds that's going to have to be pulled to fund water projects. Because TDEC has reduced their funding by $1 million than what was expected.
You know, they still have their meeting coming up first of the month. You know, and I talked to Doc Acuff about it and said, well, that's fine. They've got their engineering on, and they've had to reduce each one of them. I'm gonna say contract amount, but the amount that they've come up with, it may be additions. You may not get 500 additional lineal feet of 6-inch water line, but they get refreshed and they've recovered, removed or replaced a lot of deficiencies that they have in there. If they can't, now they're getting down on their request level. I mean, it's getting mighty fine pickings.
Did they reduce Elizabethan cities? Did TDEC reduce Elizabethan cities as well?
Yep.
They were set to get what, 2.43 million?
Yeah, theirs was down, I think some other folks, 600 and some thousand.
So that was what we were considering for the Laurels. So that was a lot of that was for the Laurels, which was what, 380,000?
I've seen them to find out why did they do it? Why did they wait till the last minute? And where did the money go to? Because that was the original amount of the grant that they were working for. Of course, Doc may have got a reply. I didn't hear anything back.
He's not sent it out because he had copied me whenever it originally got reduced and then he has requested a Whiskey Tango on it. So.
Some of that too, when they're putting in that water line and stuff like that, which I know. Meters boxes in. You're shutting down a lot of city jobs. They don't have to run those trucks. They can use water meters right through the computer. Right at the house. Tell you if you got a leak, they can tell you where you're at and what's going on. It cuts them down from having to run them trucks anymore. So what are they gonna do with their positions? See, and they did get their, I think it's like, what, 6 meters, something like 11 meters.
My knowledge on the meters, they still have to drive the truck around to gather the data. Doesn't just, I don't think it gets remotely pumped in unless they've got cell service in the meters, but I don't know specifically. I still think they have to drive the truck around with the,
Not mine. They put a meter in mine a year ago, it's all information. They have come out. They told me I had a water leak. I had to speak to them. They called me. They put the meters in, they pick them up.
all right, so who has an idea of what we do with this?
Yeah, let me throw out there just food for thought. So the top one is about what would be easier to administer than the bottom one, but Arthur just brought up, and, you know, we were kind of talking back and forth. These are just recommendations. First of all, it's up to this body to decide what we do. You don't have to do the same thing for everyone. So since the sheriff and the jail are getting more in other venues, you can say, okay, we're going to give them this option. We're going to give highway and county this option. That's something can be thrown out there. One thing to keep in mind, I know this was discussed in the last meeting, you know, we have 27 pay periods. So what it is going to appear to the normal county employee is not only did they not get a raise, but they got a decrease in pay. I mean, we're going to have to go through pretty much, even though we'll send a letter out saying, you know, we're going to have 27 pay periods, so you'll have 3 pay periods in 3 months instead of 2. A lot are not going to honestly understand that. And so it's going to appear they got a decrease in pay, not an increase in pay. So all of that is just food for thought to keep in mind as we go through and we discuss this. But it's up to this body to decide what do you want to do. These are just options. If you want something different, I'm happy to go back and recalculate or do something different. These were just things that had been requested that we look at. So that's where these different scenarios came from. All of them were suggested by someone on the commission to throw out as options.
Just for clarity, it's flat amount of $750 for full-time, $375 for part-time, $1,000 full-time, $500, $1,500, $750, $2,000, $1,000, $2,500, $1,250, $3,000, $1,500. And then coverage at the bottom says an amount of average 2-week payroll for the county and the highway department combined comes in at $198,024. So if you look up at the top, if we did the flat amount of $750 pay increase with $375 part-time, that would be $212,469, which is within reason close to what the average, what they would be quote unquote losing this year.
Yeah, and the bottom scenario would be very difficult to administer. Can be done, but it would be a little challenging.
Electrical nightmare.
Yeah, literally, what?
When you're figuring that 750, do you just divide that by 27 weeks or 52? How do you?
Well, it's an increase in their
Total salary.
It'd be total salary.
That's what I want to see is how does that affect them weekly? That's what I want to see is how does these amounts.
You divide it by 20, you divide it by 27, the top.
Because if you do the 750, that's $27 extra a week, $27.77.
Which is about the same amount that they're going to be losing, quote unquote, losing at the end of the year.
Where are we thinking of taking this money from right here?
So there are a couple of options on that. I mean, we are at a very small positive now because we took 20,000 out of that.
We added 20,000 back for 911.
We were at like 58 and then took the 20 or something.
Yeah, so we're at 38 now, positive. So a decision will need to be made because I was being asked to provide the information about the maintenance of effort. I mean, that is 231,000. Whether that's taken or not, I don't know. We also, and I did talk to the auditors about this today because we've had several discussions on several topics today. that we can fund any additions. I would be hesitant to say we're doing it to fund employee raises because we've got lots of other things that have increased. We've had elections increase because we have multiple elections in the next fiscal year. We've had increases in inflation. We've had because of fuel and petroleum products, food. We've also had increase in insurance. So it's just, this is the last thing that's left. So if you took all of those other increases, they would be more than this. So any deficit that we have, we could take from what we roll back into fund balance at the end of this fiscal year once we've taken the 50%. Now, I still don't know what that number is because we still have open season on POs at this point, for lack of a better way to put that. I know where we're sitting right now. We're gonna more than sufficiently cover anything that we come up with on this sheet. However, until that process is finished, which will be, I won't have really 100% numbers even when we come back together in June, just because it will have just closed.
You won't get it till the end of July.
So I don't know exactly what that number is, but I know what it's at right now is more than sufficient. And historically, what has been turned back in prior years would, if you looked at it from those terms, it would still be more than sufficient.
And we can specifically, and I understand what Brad was saying too, but we specifically asked departments to be frugal with their budgets so that their employees could get raises.
And they pretty much were all that way. The only thing that couldn't be changed were the ones that had maintenance of effort, and we took them to what we could under that scenario, but can't take them down. Even if there's fluff in there, can't do anything about it.
Back to your point, Julie, I just want to clarify what happens when, so you take this top amount and you have someone making $30,000 a year divided by 52. It's
That's how I was doing it initially.
$577, okay, per week is what that gross would be. You give them a $750 a year raise, you divide it by 27 weeks, okay? Their pay take home goes to $591 gross. That difference is $14 a week.
Okay, that's what I came up with.
Yeah, I should
So-
say it's not material.
You're gonna give them a raise, but it disappears because of those.
The extra pay, the extra pay period. The following year, they would see it, but
Well, they have to understand it's there. I mean, I just didn't know if you did it like the 52 or the 27, and I get paid weekly, so, that every other week thing.
Yeah,
It's bi-weekly, so it would be, for that example, it would be $28 more.
Yeah.
The 750.
and my expectation, just as food for thought, is I do not believe that fuel prices and insurance will never go down, but I don't expect fuel prices to continue at this level for more than probably another 6 to 8 months, because there will be something that will fall out of the bottom of the economy, because it's going to get, if gas prices continue to increase and the cost of food continues to increase, the only thing people are going to be buying is food and gas. They're not going to be having the extra money to throw at other things. So that's where we're heading to, and that will cause the economy to go just like it did in 2008, and probably worse. And if you'll remember, immediately following that retraction and the bubble burst in 2008, gas prices dropped significantly. Like overnight, we lost $2 a gallon on gasoline. So there's one thing to bear in mind, is that when the economy does go pop, and it will go pop, a lot of those funds are going to be left over in excess at the end of next year. So the floor is open for a motion based off of what the finance director has just said. And we can use that to impact other things going down the road. As Mr. Johnson has put forward, he's wanting to get, his stance is that we would give 5,000 in lieu of a pay raise. If we give a pay raise, then we can cut back on the bonus, which would leave more funds available to potentially go towards the projects that have been dropped by TDEC.
But, you know, common sense wise, why would I want to spend my money when somebody else give me a pot to use? I mean, federal money.
Trust me, I completely understand, but doesn't matter which way you look at it. What we're looking at is, this is what the perceived expectation is. How are we going to meet that perceived expectation? Because by giving the full amount out of ARP funds, it allows us to take the opportunity to have another year of increased revenue growth in sales tax returns, which would mean that in a year from now, we would be in a better position to potentially provide an actual raise. Whereas if we just send it straight out of the ARP funds as a bonus for this year, we can offset increasing salaries for 1 year. I understand where he's coming from on it. Fundamentally makes sense. It just seems.
Morally, it sounds wrong, though.
I don't think it sounds wrong. I think it's more of accounting wise, but it is entirely an option. I mean, like I said, we can go in lieu of this, or we could do specific amounts of raises out of this for the employees that will not be covered by the bonus. We could do something along those lines. And then we would set that amount out of here. So we do have options. It's just which direction would you guys like to take it in?
Well, still on the ARP funds, the bonus, when you talk about the bonus for the employees, that is the one of 4 points that act was approved for.
Mm-hmm.
First responders,
Which
mayor ruled the county employees essential, which on the federal level means that your operation cannot be performed unless that particular person was paid to come in and do the work. Which, when she ruled essential, that means all of them did. Now, all your other counties didn't rule essential for that, only
So you're saying then that you think everybody will get the bonus?
everybody with the exception of brand spanking new employees from the time of
when we started
say
it,
March of 21,
November of
2020,
March of 20.
March of 20 through November 21.
2021. See, so you've only got how many new employees have we had in the past 7 months?
And a caveat, and I'd ask Carolyn, I do think we need to go back and look at employees that retired during that time.
Yeah.
And I've asked Carolyn to get a list of those.
Yeah.
I think that they
Still right in there.
should be, they worked and they retired, they should be able to get that.
And see, by using the federal too,
Yeah.
they get, it's on a reduced rate as far as your tax deductions. And next thing is on their own personal income tax. Right, they don't make enough to start with, right, also. They'll get even bigger amount. And then not to use ours, there's more tentacles to using our own money is what is turned back at the end of the year. It supplies revenue for other set projects that we have really made out like a champ with, where normally it wouldn't be done.
correct. Like building projects, like we have $1 million to redo the windows and stuff here in the courthouse. That's going to be coming up. We've got $900,000 over at the sheriff's department. It's going to have to be taken care of. So, and those are two things that can't be done. Well, technically the HVAC system could probably come out of the ARP funds because of the way that they have presented it in adding UV systems to it for germicidal purposes. But windows in the courthouse definitely wouldn't qualify. That's where the 50% of that would come back in. The capital projects fund, be able to fund by and large some or all of those replacements that are needed to be done. Trust me, it leaves a bad taste in my mouth framing it in that sort of way. But
Well, if you could say it, you know, if we knew the amount, of course, it'll take some time, knew the amount of, the number of new employees we have, but not meet the qualifications of the RFP, the ARP, then we can set them out of a 4% increase.
Mhm.
We'll have a number then we can set that as a 4% increase for them. And they would know they wasn't employed to where they qualified for the other. Or in essence, you give the bonus, 4% of that, of whatever your raise would be is deducted from the 5, and that's how much you're getting too, but it's not reoccurring.
yeah, and one of the things that I would probably consider is just whatever bonus we give those employees that did not qualify, it would be the same thing that we would reciprocate to the remainder of the employees the following year. So I
I like the percentage.
I may or may not have a say in that if I am or am not budget chair next year, but that would be the expectation, is the direction that I would be pushing that in and making sure that the office holders knew that that was going to be the direction we were going to be going in. So whenever they come in presenting their budgets, we know exactly where we sit at.
Yeah, but we already told them that this year and we see where this is going, so I
Well,
think they'll tell us to stick it next time.
what we told them this year is we're going to try. And we weren't expecting a 15% increase in gas or more. We were working off a 13% increase in insurance, which will probably stay flat next year, depending on what it comes back as our exposure comes. So majority of the exposure from this year, and for every insurance company that has pushed out their numbers, was COVID. Even though they got paid, even though the hospitals got paid, they still charge the insurance companies the same thing and pocketed the $30,000 per patient.
If you ain't happy about it, let's just vote that there is none, period, of anything. And just see what their feelings are like. Which would you rather have? Good gosh, might agree. That
You
is
said the
strange.
word, you said the word right there. There's the word.
So
But on the opposite end of the spectrum.
Huh?
I
But
said,
you're
but on the opposite end of the spectrum there, cowboy.
So do we want to set a rate for the employees that do not qualify for the bonus this year? That's what we would be setting here. And the expectation would be the following fiscal year, we would be able to provide that bonus to the remainder of the employees.
I'm just gonna throw out there that it was very difficult for the department heads to get to where we are right now. So without an increase of revenue, which I don't foresee that, at least at this point, that may change. Next year will be even harder. If you think about the increase of things now we can hope that things settle down in the economy and things go down. We don't know that, but there is not a lot left to squeeze out, and the departments that have maintenance of effort, those can't be reduced. If anything, they would be increased. Basically, the sheriff's department and the jail, they still get their step increases. Whether we do anything for this or not, they still get theirs, which means theirs will go up next year. So it will be even more difficult to balance a budget next year than it is this year. So I'm very hesitant about you saying, we're not going to give it to you this year, we'll give it to you next year. I don't think it's going to be there next year based on what I'm currently seeing.
It would be in the realm of, let's hope that sales tax revenues continue to increase at a rate to where we could potentially do something. But
Which the state is telling me that is not going to happen. And I feel like this year we have pushed that envelope as far as I'm comfortable pushing it.
correct.
I'm not going to be comfortable pushing it any further. And if we go into a recession, those numbers will decrease, not increase, because people will only be buying what is necessities. They will not be buying anything additional. we're still living in the realm of, like you had brought up, stimulus checks and so forth. If people had money left, they're using that money now to afford to go on vacation or buy things that they need. But that money's probably, if it's not gone, it will be gone here very quickly. So we're not going to be able to assume that that's going to continue to grow. If anything, the state says it's going to level off or it's going to drop. So I wouldn't think that would increase enough to make any difference for next year. If anything, it may hurt us. I mean, I hate to say that, but that's just the reality of where we are.
But I think the ultimate objective in general, because of the structure of the county, is not to raise property taxes, which is really our only source of revenue at this point.
Yes, I've asked
Because of Alice population, the state of the economy, and different things like that. Because if we do, and the employees do deserve those raises, because we're losing people because they can go somewhere else and work a whole lot easier and get paid more. So
I hear that conversation every day, and I tell them there's nothing, I can't do anything about it. All I can do is say, this is where we are right now. But there's nothing I can do about that.
And you have the school board wanting 9.5 million, but then you tell your employees, sorry, we can't afford to give you a raise.
well, in that respect, it's from two different pots of money. So it doesn't make any sense, but
They're
it
not
is.
gonna
from two
understand
different
that. You know, if you can afford to do 9.5 million, why couldn't you afford 300,000? So, you look at it from a normal person's standpoint. I mean, I've seen a lot of things after coming on to the budget committee that I didn't fully understand last year that I understand this year. And I do see things differently. So I understand that we need to be looking out for the future, but employees are also your future.
Well, the elephant in the room is the maintenance of effort.
Well, that gets us almost there to that $1,000 bonus.
So, yeah,
So that's 3141.
231,592 versus 287,16.
Maybe 30,000 off when we're looking at that we have on the total.
Yeah, I mean, that's
How
easily
much did you
covered.
say, 38? That would put us right on it.
And we do have the option to fund that remaining X number of dollars out of the unassigned fund balance out of the funds that are returning in. But when you look at it the next year, if and only if the school system continues to lose employees, we would be able to drop the maintenance of effort a second time. So
It's based on the number of students.
Yeah.
So
Enrollment.
the number, if the enrollment decreases, what CTAS told me is that some counties do this, they look at this every year. Some of them look at it, they don't do anything with it. This county has not done it, I think you said since 2006.
yeah, it was approximately
So they
6,000
have
students in the
potentially,
county.
so every year that school student enrollment dropped, that this could have been done. And so when I talked to the gentleman that provided this calculation, he said more than ever, counties have been going back and asking for this calculation. Some are taking it, some are not.
It's an average
Some are
of,
needing it to balance their budget. Some are needing it to cover inflation costs. Some are needing it to give employee raises. Some are not. He said it varies across the state.
it's a calculation around $2,387.55 per student that we fund out of that, because there's 97 students drop, and it's $231,000, so $2,387.55. We're not reducing the amount that we're providing per student, we're reducing the amount of students that we're providing for. And whenever you look at it, where we've been providing them extra funding every year, that has allowed them to amass a sizable fund balance, which is allowing them to come and do the ask for their school replacement project. So it's not money that we have technically lost, but it is money that we have provided them over the years that we have not said, hey, we need to change this. If you want to look and see where county employee raises have gone, it's been by not doing maintenance of effort and reducing this year over year. So we would have the salary cap room to provide raises over the past. We provided raises 3 out of the last 4 years without having to do this. So
Well, if we took that reduction on the maintenance of effort, plus the 38,000 that we were already, that puts us at what, 269?
That's if I'm following you.
That puts us within 11.
You're getting the 5,000. You're trying to find a way to
Be
get
able
the
to cover that. Now,
unit floors.
are we doing?
one of the things that is on,
Was to increase for
we're
teachers.
looking at right now, the total conversation is from Ms. Gwen, and correct me if I'm incorrect, is looking at using the reduction in maintenance of effort that we would be providing the next fiscal year, recouping that for this budget, and then providing $1,000 raise to all the employees.
What we'd be using is that maintenance of effort deduction plus the 38,000 that we're still in the good. And that would leave us $11,000 short
Which we could take out of the fund balance this year
to get employees raises.
to get employees
That
raises.
averages, what is that average, like $37 a week?
About.
I think that sounds about right.
So that would add $37 a week to full-time employees. Not a tremendous amount, but
What are you gonna do about these teachers and paraprofessionals with that request?
what I was gonna ask Carolyn about
Yeah,
that.
$7.
So what I was gonna ask you about it, because I know that you were telling me that the teachers, they get equity bonuses.
They get equity pay from the state.
Which is how much?
The state kind of mandates salaries. They get,
I know that their
Additional,
bottom
sorry, I think the
salary
paper-
is, what, their lowest salary is 41,000 or 40,500?
40,500. They, in the meeting last Thursday, they're looking to try to increase their minimum to
Still saying that the people.
40,000 over the next 3 years.
We're trying to
What,
find
how much is their equity pay?
some way to.
It varies, I don't remember off the top of my head, it was a calculation and we did at the very
That
beginning of the
includes the
school
ones that's
year.
already getting the 5,000.
$300, $500.
Well,
per
we're
hour.
not to that part yet. We're not to the bonus part yet. Right now, we're just looking at salaries. We're just looking at salaries.
Trying to figure out what.
Raises.
They can do that top, so that top line in that scenario that was given to you, they have the money through BEP to do that. So what they're asking the county is to give them the additional money to fund one of those other scenarios. Which,
Okay.
I mean, it's like almost $600,000 additional.
But they're already getting a raise through the BEP, the 1.5%, right?
Yeah, that
And
top
4% for paraprofessionals. That's included in the budget. 4% for paraprofessionals and 1.5% for teachers.
And then,
So that's not part, as far as this goes, that's not part of this discussion. That's a completely
No,
separate
but
discussion.
that's what we were talking about, before we use this maintenance of effort, that's what I wanted to know, do they have the funding to do their own raises?
yeah, that's through BEP.
Yep, they increased the BEP.
They have a
that
very,
top line, this one.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I looked at that.
Yeah, now they can, if they chose to do anything else, they could take it from their fund balance. They're not wanting to do that because they're wanting to use their fund balance toward the building project.
We'll go back to our county employees then. Mr. Johnson, do you have any words for the word?
I'm froze to death. Come on, let's all get around this fire and sing Kumbaya.
So we're kind of going circular here, so we need, told you, Ross.
Yeah, you're right.
So
You're right too.
So that's where we currently stand at. How do we want to approach it? Because if we go the school board's route, we have absolutely, almost virtually 0% chance of escaping increasing sales tax, or not sales tax, but property tax. If we go with any of the options above what the state is already providing.
You're talking about the schools?
Yes. Am I correct in that assessment? So if we go with any of those other options, we have no choice but to raise property taxes.
Well, you know, Bailey said it. Don't do the 500,000 for all the new furniture. And there's almost your teachers raising the 600,000. They got to come up with 100,000 on their own.
And again, that fund is going to continue to grow. I mean, and this right here won't affect that unless they choose to let it affect that, because that the payment, the bond payment comes out of funding that they can use for absolutely nothing else other than capital projects. So this and that are really completely unrelated as far as the discussion goes, because they can't make the argument that, well, we can't give more raises. We can't give more raises because they reduced it. You lost 97 students. This is the funding for those 97 students that you lost this year, or 92, 90, I think Gary said it was 97. So that's specifically what you're looking at, because this is a recuperation of funding that we are already providing above and beyond what is required to maintain schools, which is around a little more than $2 million a year. Am I correct with that?
What I'm looking at is their lowest paid teacher is making more than our county workers are.
Correct.
And they're getting equity pay. They got a bonus.
Correct. One of the things you have to look at from that perspective, though, is our $2 million has helped to go to fund some of what they are getting paid in addition to that $2 million that we've been providing every year. And it's not been $2 million the whole time. It's just been where they've lost students. We have not reduced that level of funding. So we can't go below that level because of maintenance of effort. But since they're losing students this year, we can drop it. So if it had been dropped year over year, as the students have decreased from 6,000 to 4,400 or 4,200, or now potentially even lower than that, you would have plenty of salary room in the county budget to do. But on the flip side of that, we may not have some of the programs that we have in the county as far as the technical training courses go. So it's not been money that's just been lost for the most part, but there are some questions regarding where has the money gone from the 177 fund up until it was removed a year ago and now is going back for those specific capital projects. So
It would be different if the money wasn't there for them to be able to do this. And I know that the teachers are worth it. I mean, I know a lot of them, they're great folks and they work hard. They work real hard. I just think that needs to be back on their table.
well, yeah, that's one of the things to consider is whenever they have a mandated raise to teacher salaries, they get a mandated increase to BEP funding to cover that based off of the number of students. As you heard Dr. McAbee say tonight, there are some classes have as little as 8, and I know of some classes that have as little as 4 students in them for a teacher, full teacher. So we've been funding other things with that money. So it's not been money lost. I'm not crying over spilled milk or anything like that. I don't think it's been money that's not been well spent, but we need to get into a situation as far as the county budget goes to where we can start to equalize and keep our head above water before we have to raise taxes on literally the poorest people, some of the poorest people in the state.
So if we did throw out one of the loan amounts, would it go for all employees? Are we gonna leave out the jail? Are we gonna?
The jail has already received their pay increase, or well, that's a discussion. Do we want to increase the jail again?
Yeah, you
have the ability to choose whatever you want to choose. So if you want to say county and highway get this, jail and sheriff get this, you have the option. I just put together
But if you
some
technically
examples.
look at it, that was for this fiscal year now, not this upcoming fiscal year.
Correct.
Yeah, so they were given, so the jailers were given the $1,000, they were given the retention bonus that is hitting in the current fiscal year we're in.
And those were just from leftover funds that were unexpended from the sheriff's department. There was very little new money out of that. I think it was only like $50,000 that we had to throw to flush that up.
Yes. Keep in mind that because of their maintenance of effort, those unfilled positions that funded that for this fiscal year are in their budget for next year, and those are still
Unfilled.
unfilled positions. So there is the potential that they will have excess, because they stated in one of the meetings prior to this that they hope to fill a few of them, but they would not be able to fill the, I think it's 19 unfilled positions between the two departments.
So the sheriff's department is okay whenever it comes to funding the raises for those employees. That's not really the point of contention. Even if we put the raise in for them as well, and the road officers, I don't think that's going to impact them and cause them to ask for additional funds to make a shortfall in their budget. Because every month that goes by, they need 12 employees. Every month that goes, and that's what they're short right now, is about 12 jailers, correct?
That's a lot more than that.
Oh, that's right, it's 20. So it's like 1.3, every month you have 1.3, 1.4 employees worth of salary left over in their budget. See what I'm saying?
So do we leave them out or do we leave them in?
It's up to you.
That's not up to me.
Well, no,
I'm here to facilitate
No,
discussion.
I'm asking where that was going. Apparently something went over my head. I'm sorry, I'm really tired.
Yeah, we all are. Oh yeah, that's also something else. We've shifted over into a second live stream. The first part of this live stream gets lost. I just realized that.
Really?
Yeah. It won't be saved. It'll pick up at the 3-hour mark and go on from there. And if we go to 6 hours, we'll lose all 6 hours. And the only thing that'll be there is anything over the 6 hours.
Bears go home.
That long.
Yeah, just to be, didn't need to do a continued.
Got an hour. Got an hour.
Yeah, so it's up to this body to decide what they're gonna do.
Yep.
So this will be an increase on our payroll every year of 281,000, right?
Correct.
Shy of.
Yes, if you did the $1,000 for all four, meaning the sheriff, the jail, the highway, and the county, that would be that amount,
Annually recurring.
annual recurring. If you chose a different option for one as opposed to the other one, then it would be based on whatever that option was for that scenario.
And let's flip it around. Let's look at teachers. They're at 40,500. They're going to go up by 1.5%. So they're going to get about a $600 pay raise coming in this year. Annual to their salary, mandated and funded by the state, about a $600 pay increase.
Yeah, we do not know what TISA will be when that goes through, but that has been approved. But what they have said in prior meetings is they expect a fairly substantial increase with that particular funding, because that will look at what's considered more, I don't want to say at risk, but some of the lower paid counties, and those counties will get more, which Carter County would be included in that, because we already get equity pay from the state for all teachers. So that's just something to keep in mind too, that they will not get it for this coming fiscal year, they would get it for the following.
Yes. So
One question. If Willie can't vote, will we still have a quorum?
Yes,
We'll still
we
be
have
okay?
5.
Okay, I couldn't remember.
I would say I don't have five.
Yes.
Nice
Willie
try.
abstaining for cause, we have 5. We're good.
Jeremy, depending on what the motion is, I may just get up and leave and there goes your quorum.
I'll
I make a motion that we do the flat amount of 1,000 for full-time, 500 part-time for all of county employees.
Okay,
County in highway or
All
just?
county, highway, sheriff,
Oh, for all.
what's on here,
Okay, okay.
for this next fiscal year. With using the maintenance effort, you know what I'm
So
saying?
reducing the amount to the schools for the, based on the maintenance of every
Yes.
calculation.
I'm sorry, my tongue's stuck through my mouth. And then the rest coming from,
Unassigned fund balance.
okay. Yes. Sorry, you said it badly, I don't make many long motions.
Unassigned,
That'd be
be
50,000.
from unassigned would be about 13 or 15.
Well, you've got 38,000 already, so
Yeah,
that would be
38.
which is 69 minus 11,
We're down.
so it'd be
Yeah, just
11,200 and change.
Yeah, it's not gonna be a lot. We will, I can guarantee you we'll have more than sufficient to cover that.
So that's a
Okay.
motion if everybody got it, I'm sorry if it was bad.
We have a motion by Julie Gwynn to fund, a second, to fund a $1,000 full-time raise, $500 part-time raise for all county employees to include the sheriff, the jail, and the highway, as well as the remaining county employees, using funding coming from reduction in maintenance of effort for the Board of Education, for the school system, with the additional funds above and beyond that coming from the unassigned fund balance.
This is plus the sheriff's department already with the money they've already received.
Considering that the jail was the lowest paid employees in the county at that particular point,
I don't know how.
But now that was still considered for this fiscal year now. This is gonna be for next year, so that's gonna be entirely different.
yeah, we raised their pay rate this year. This coming year, we're raising them an additional over what they've already received. They'll be getting another 1,000, and then everybody will be getting 1,000. Wait, that did not sound right. We've already given them 1,000, everybody's getting another 1,000.
This first over 27 weeks.
Took that 1,000 to get them up to where they needed to be.
Yes, it did. It took that to get them up to where they even closely needed to be. And
Well,
Because because the jailers at that particular time, they got paid less than the folks in the highway department.
I still don't, it's crazy.
Even with $2,000, I think they will still make less than most people in the highway department.
Yeah.
The entry-level wages, rephrase that,
what was it?
entry-level wages.
24,000?
Do what? We raised it to 25? No, we raised it to 20,
Well, no, it was before. It was 24,000 right at.
24,000 whenever we gave them the first $1,000.
But now it's 26.
It was 25, now it's 26. So it was 25, it's now 26, and then we're,
Yes, just, are they getting their insurance paid for? If they're newcomers in, are they still having to pay half of their insurance?
I mean, theirs would be the same as it is for all the other county employees. It's not any different.
It's not every county employee is paying their own insurance.
Well, it depends on what option they choose.
what he's referring to is several years ago,
Oh, he's referring to the grandfather.
You gotta
grandfather
understand,
employees.
some new employees that's coming in is paying half of theirs. If you start them off at $10 or $12 or $15, they're still gonna be lowered back down to where they were at.
Okay, I see
See
what
what
you're.
I'm saying?
If the county's picking up the whole cost.
I don't only go for the highway department.
Picks up 90%. Currently, the county picks up 90% of the insurance expense for employee only. Now, if they have family coverage, which I think may have been some of the discussion with the sheriff's department, because some of them are coming in wanting family coverage, they have to pay whatever that differential is. Yes, it would cut into, but that's across, everybody in the county experiences that. I mean, if you take option 3, then the county pays for 100%. If you take option 2, that has higher deductibles, I think the county pays 100% of that one. Option 1, which is the lower deductibles, then the county pays 90% of that. They also pay part of the dental, but if the employee wants vision, they have to pay for that separately, or any other supplemental parts of their policies. We're going through open enrollment right now with one-on-one meetings with all county employees today.
So we have a motion on the floor. Do we have a second?
I think Robin said.
We got Robin seconded it. So Ms. Audra, do you have everything down as you would need it?
Yes.
And any other discussion?
All right. Willie Campbell,
Lane.
Aaron Frazier,
Aye.
Ross Garland,
Aye.
Julie Gwynn,
Yes.
Brad Johnson,
No.
Robin McCamey.
Motion fails. Motion fails. Do what? You have to have 50%. You have to have more than 50% for something to pass. So with Willie abstaining, lowers the threshold.
Brad for Willie. We're gonna trade you out.
Well, you threatened me if I got up and got out the door, you're going back with me. I
Fast enough out this door.
got to go out there.
Oh, no, once you get him moving, it's good quick.
Landfill.
Brad, I mean, would you be for, I think you're for 0 for the sheriff and jail, but I mean, to take that top on the 750 and the 375 for sheriff and jail and leave the
I
other.
would not go along with anything other than using federal funds.
Okay.
But you could either get 1,000 or 5,000, Julie.
You're double dipping, I'm telling you, you're double dipping.
No, you're not. You're
You
not getting.
are,
Okay, explain to me how you see it. You're getting.
because that was for a time frame from March 20th to November of 21.
Our task is to get money in their pockets, right? If I put it in everybody's pocket, well, we got 263, let's say for 253, and there's 10 that don't get it. Which one is the
And if you
best?
worked 2 years ago and I owed you $3,000 and you working now, and I said, well, listen, I ain't gonna pay you for what you do now, because I'm gonna pay you for last time. It's the same thing.
They don't care, just as long as they got money in their pocket, you ain't over their pocket, right?
Making a motion to give them the 5,000.
Am I making that motion? That's already been made. That's already been said.
And it is not approved, and we're a long way from that thing being approved.
You're less than 15 days.
When's this coming up?
It comes up 6th of May, I think it is. It's either the
6th of June.
6th of June, right?
It's when Building and Grounds meets again. And then they forward it on to Health and Welfare, or Financial Management votes and sends it on to
Okay,
sends
so
it
if
on to
that fails,
budget.
we wanna have room somewhere in all this to get it back on the floor?
Yes.
So
Shoot,
that's.
you get up here on that table and they say, pay attention to you, you can get anything in it.
No, this will actually come up on, this could be redressed at the meeting on the 8th, because it's a full voting meeting.
Yeah, I should say this can come back up at that point, correct?
Correct.
It
So
will.
we don't have to take any action at this point, and it could come back up again on the 8th. Then we would have to get it in and get it ready to give out to commission on the 9th, we would not be able to send it out in advance because it would.
It's ARP funding.
No.
No, I'm talking about
She's talking
raises.
about
it's getting
raises.
this back on the floor.
So we'd not be able to send that out in advance because we wouldn't know that until the day before the meeting. So we'd have to go in and redo everything because the packet I gave you tonight is what will go to commission. So all those schedules have to be changed for basically for the raises. And so it can't go out in advance. It would go out that night, basically.
Which it can't. It has to be published 10 days. It has to be published 10 days, so.
You're only looking at $50,000 to make this happen. The rest is coming out of this.
Yeah, so would we need to change? Can the commission still have their
Scrooge.
meeting or does that have to be?
The raises, basically at this point, it's not put into the budget for there to be raises, so it would be presented at that meeting without raises.
Okay. So then if the raises got added back in, it would go in at that meeting.
We've approved everything leading up to the workshop. This was in addition to that, so this is just one thing that would not be put onto that agenda for the workshop.
So it would still go out as it is right now we'll have to see what happens with Parks and Rec.
Correct. Parks and Rec will come back tomorrow. That's the only thing that's not been approved. It's the only thing that's not been approved. Since it got voted down in budget, it can come back up on the meeting on the 8th. So,
Approved at that point.
correct. And we may not, like I said, we may not make the exact date of the 15th for voting on the final budget because it has to be published before. But we'll be close. But you'll have the answer on Parks. You'll have the answer on Parks and Rec tomorrow by Wednesday.
Just a question on the maintenance of effort on the schools. Are you still gonna vote to reduce it?
It was in the motion that failed, so another motion will have to be made to reduce for maintenance of effort, a separate motion.
Because if we need to recoup some funds for the years going forward, this is the opportunity to do so. Because if we don't reduce it on maintenance of effort at this time, does not come off the bottom line of their budget that they're going to be presenting on the 8th.
Is that how you take it off? You just take that out of their bottom line, basically? Is that how it works?
I think you change.
We change the amount of funding that we send them. It's their responsibility to choose how it goes.
It comes from the tax calculations. That's what this shows basically the different tax calculations, and it comes off of there. Based on what I kind of sort of
Basically, it
understand.
would be the pennies that you give them from property tax, because everything else kind of gets collected by the state, passed through. And those things typically come in more than what's budgeted, some of them.
Yeah.
So you're really, how you influence that is the pennies that you give them out of the tax rate. And then the difference would be deployed out to the other county departments by that small move.
The pie chart.
But they would need ideally to know that before they do the budget.
So the floor is open for a motion regarding the maintenance of effort for the schools. Maintenance of effort for schools.
Take it away.
Because they're losing 97 students this year. That's where that 231,000 comes from. So we would just choose not to fund those 97 students this coming year since they're not going to be there.
And I like the point Carolyn made about the counties are starting to address this basically every year. I mean, you can look at it next
We've
year.
addressed it in 18 years.
You're saying these kids are not gonna be here.
Correct. See, I was under the assumption for a very long period of time that maintenance of effort automatically adjusted with the number of kids that weren't there. But that's not what the case is. funding stays flat at what we gave them. And then the BEP goes up, but our funding stays flat, even though and it's based off a number of 6,000 kids.
Run the head.
They've lost 1,600 kids in 14 years, or 18 years, 2006 to now, so it's been 18 years. They've lost 1,400 kids over that time period. We're still funding at that same level as if there were still 6,000 kids there. So all we're doing is we're removing 97 that would be funded this coming year.
Yeah, we can't go back and change from the 6,000 to the 4,400 that it is now.
Because we've chosen to maintain that level.
Yes.
But over time, we could recoup that 1,400 or 1,600 kids.
Only take the reduction between what was last year's number and what was this year's number, which is the 97.
Sullivan County's done it 3 out of the last 4 years because they lost 400 kids. So for them, that's a sizable chunk of change. I mean, if you're looking at it right there, that's $800,000. Or no, more than that, 2,000, right at $1 million. And if this had been done over the course of the years to keep the funding at the same level that it should have been at, we wouldn't be having a conversation. We wouldn't be having a budget that's struggling.
I had the impression that's what we were doing to start with, but evidently I was wrong with
That was what I was under the impression of. I thought that whenever the kids dropped, the amount that we paid per kid stayed the same extra, but I thought those kids dropped off. Do you know what I'm saying? I thought we were paying a maintenance of effort per child, but it's actually based on the total number of children.
You have to go in and specifically request to reduce it. It doesn't reduce automatically. It just stays the same. Kind of like some of these outside agencies, once you fund it for that, that's what it is. Same way we discussed about the sheriff's department and the jail. I mean, if it's funded for that, that's what it is until you go in and make a change to that maintenance of effort.
Well, I'll make a motion that we do a revenue reduction on the maintenance of effort from the school system. Every time it back.
Based on the study from TISA, we probably, yes, that is the basis.
it. So
I have a motion by Julie Gwynn, a second by Willie Campbell. Do we need any further discussion?
I'm torn because numbers working in the school, I see, they go up and down all year long. So you're taking money.
These are kids that are gone and aren't coming back.
This is a state calculation. So the state comes back and they say,
This is what they're providing BEP funding for.
like a heart grant, it's running up and down on us.
That's for the current year. That's for this year. They lost 97 students. So we're at the end of the year at this point. We're not gonna, if they have less enrollment next year, which is probably what's gonna happen, they'll lose students again next year, but we'll already be funding it at this level. Then at the end of the year, we can do the maintenance of effort to readjust it again if necessary.
Or if it happen to go up, you can just.
If it goes up, we have to go up.
yes, yeah, you don't have a choice.
You don't have a choice but to go up.
Comptrollers.
The reduction is where you have a choice. You can choose to reduce or not reduce, but if it goes up, you have to go up with it.
So going down is optional, going up is not. It's a good education this year. All right, so we've got a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Roll that beautiful roll call footage.
Willie Campbell.
Aye.
Aaron Frazier.
Aye.
Ross Garland.
Aye.
Julie Gwynn.
Yes.
Brad Johnson.
Yes.
Robin McCavey.
Yes.
I mean, in retrospect, we're still paying them more than $2 million over maintenance of effort. So even with reducing it by 231,000, it is still more than $2 million over maintenance of effort.
There's a big award in there somewhere.
Yeah, she's
Like
called
the
me
Grinch,
like
it's
3
hard to
times.
Who has?
My daughter is calling me like 3 times now, where are you, where are you? So I'm not home.
Get her on the line, let me have it. She won't call you back when you do.
She was panicked.
Only if the cows are out or.
Last
Sniffle or something, it's like, get a doctor.
Last thing that we have,
Stroke right there.
last thing, this is gonna be short and sweet and painless. In the absence, in the future potential absence of Mr. Austin James, we do need to elect a new vice chair. I will open the floor for nominations for a new vice chair.
I'll nominate Julie Gwynn.
I have a nomination for Julie Gwynn. Do we have any other nominations?
Nominate Ross Garland.
Ross is like, yay.
Short timers, they did that.
Do we have a nomination for Ross? We have a nomination for Julie. Whenever Audra calls your name, say the name of the person that you would like to see fill the role, please.
Please vote.
Oh, yeah, we need any further nominations? And we have a nomination to close, or a motion to close nominations. Motion to close by Robin McCamey.
Oh, wait.
Do we have a second to close? Second by Julie Gwynn to close. All right, all in favor of closing nominations, since it doesn't involve money, we'll do it the quick and painless way. Say aye. Aye. Opposed? No opposed. Now, as Miss Audra calls your name, say the name of the person that you would prefer, Ross Garland or Julie Gwynn, to sit in as vice chair for the budget committee.
Right, Willie Campbell.
Garland.
Aaron Frazier.
Gwynn?
Ross Garland.
Gwynn.
No, that.
Julie Gwynn.
You voted for Ross.
I know, well, I usually do,
Come on, you.
but, I mean,
All right, Brad Johnson.
you just.
Come on, Brian.
How do you break a dog from sucking eggs? Shoot him. Don't let him in the hen house.
Robin
Now,
McKee.
you better hope your cheer comes every time.
Julie Gwynn,
Oh, Lord.
Yeah, oh, her too.
the personal role.
He ain't gonna hit you.
No, that's fine. You hurt my feelings.
All right, I got it 4-2 for Julie. Congratulations.
Thank you, I think. I'm gonna carry this with me every time you. I'll hit you with it.
Julie Gwynn is like an evil Mary Poppins.
Question. So when we come back on the 8th, the only thing technically that has changed is Parks and Rec. And I guess this summary, because now the differential will be plus this amount. Oh, and the page that's got 911.
Yep.
So do you want the entire thing printed back out again, or just the things that changed?
Just the things that changed. Let's keep from killing some trees.
To hear that, okay.
Just the
So we
things that
will
have
just
changed.
print out the things that changed. And then,
As far as it goes for the meeting on the 8th, the only thing that we'll need is the 3 things that changed. As far as the workshop on the 9th, I would have the schedule. Correct me if they disagree. I would say they have the summary schedule.
I thought they had to have everything.
And they do have to have everything. Sorry, I was running through it in my
They
head.
have to have all of it.
I was trying
Did
to,
we hit like digitally
no,
on the screen or
Yes.
done that in the past?
I thought one was the workshop session with the Board of Education.
it's a full meeting.
It's a full, well, on the 8th is a full meeting. On the 9th is a commission workshop that the Board of Education has been invited to come to discuss.
That's, the 9th is the full budget workshop. The 8th
Commission.
for the
Yes.
commission. The 8th is when the Board of Education has to bring their finalized budget, and we will vote on it that evening. We'll go through it line by line, break it down, and vote on it that evening. We can also have the discussion. Do what?
6 o'clock.
Yes. We can also have the discussion with them regarding Hunter Elementary, Hampton Elementary, and the funding thereof those, because those are not specifically budget-related items. Since it's a budget meeting, they can come and they can talk and we can exchange with them all day long. So it's what they've been wanting.
In my mind, from the chair, from the financial management, why do we need to see them if we're gonna have them in our workshop?
Well, the 9th,
Vision of Hampton, Hunter combination in any form or fashion would be discussed then.
Well, now the 8th is for them to bring their budget, gives them the opportunity to bring their budget back. So they brought their budget tonight
unvoted.
and voted. So on the 8th, they have the option to vote and approve that budget and bring it back to us on the 8th. If they do not do that, that's their second go around. So at that
We've
point.
not voted it down tonight. We didn't even touch it tonight. We have to vote it down
You
tonight.
can't because it has not been submitted by their board.
Okay.
Yeah, because they haven't even. That's
Yeah.
what we budgeted.
But what I'm saying is, my financial manager would be on the 8th, the morning of the 8th.
Yes.
Why am I having them there?
They're there for the school system
They're
part.
supposed to be talking about the Hunter project.
Okay, that's what I'm saying is, on the 8th that night, you're gonna be talking about the Hunter School.
Let's leave back.
That is, all this is for, they're bringing you the hard numbers. They're bringing you the hard numbers.
Yeah.
This will be the opportunity for the commission and the Board of Education to be able to communicate directly back and forth. Because that 8th meeting is gonna be a regular budget meeting. So we can ask questions, they can ask questions, there can be an exchange of information. That was one of the things that you said is because we're the quote unquote superior body when it comes to the letter of the law. We can't show, and this is one of the things that I think Josh was talking about. We can't show up at one of their meetings and have that free exchange. But if they show up at one of our meetings, we can.
Okay, but the next thing is, if financial management votes it down, it don't come in here to the full floor.
Correct.
But they still have to bring their budget.
They have to bring their budget
Okay,
down.
brother, but there can be no discussion on the construction of Hunter School.
Yeah, so on the evening of the 8th, they're supposed to be bringing their budget back, which they may or may not do.
We plan to vote on it. I mean,
Their budget will be voted on that night.
and I guess we can vote on the park and rec also at the same time.
Correct. One thing,
We can't vote on anything until they, did they realize they have to do a special call meeting?
Maybe they'll have it on the agenda by the time.
Told them.
Make it crystal
Really
clear.
tomorrow.
Yeah.
I mean, they have to vote their budget in before we can do anything on the 8th. So are they
Correct.
having a special call meeting?
well, they have 10 days to bring their budget back.
There's a lot of,
Yeah, but where are they gonna have it at? I
that's
mean,
what I'm saying, there's a lot of missteps here.
Well, they have 10 days to bring it back. According to state statute, they got 10 days to bring it back.
So that's why we had to add
What
it.
they do,
Because that's
They've
10 days.
got to get a vote, they've got to get a meeting in to get it voted in before they can bring it to us.
Yeah, because their regular meeting is not.
Yeah, their meeting's not till after our commission.
correct.
So they would need
I'm
to
So-
have a called meeting.
I think because
They have to
they
approve
wanted
food service,
basically just start the discussion,
GPS,
salaries in
and
there.
they're 177.
Good on that, or this.
So-
Any of that yet.
They had a deadline to have the budget presented. They missed that deadline. They are given 10 additional days to return with their budget. If they don't, whenever it comes into full commission on the 15th, we set it.
That's what Josh said. This is how we have to do it.
So the discussion is if they don't come back and present a voted upon and approved budget on the 8th, it's going to be a relatively short meeting. But as far as it goes for them meeting Brad on the 8th and having bringing him all the numbers and that sort of thing. If you guys want to table it to the July meeting, that would be fine as well. That way you've got everything and the information is capable, since it's been presented in a county commission meeting, we can discuss it that evening during the budget meeting. That way there can just be a discussion and then financial management can come in and give their recommendations on the July meeting. Not telling you what to do, but if we want to have a conversation, if we want to have a legitimate conversation, we've got to be able to have a legitimate conversation.
You know, in our discussions, when we realize that there is a split there to where you got two viable projects. And if you, I think everybody was in agreement that both would be the best thing to do right now with the money that they have, so they don't lose it. And they can have from the 177 and from the 50-cent sales tax can pay their mortgage without a problem. Okay, well, see, the Hampton issue as a possibility don't need to come up in my committee at all because it's not been discussed with them.
Correct.
We're not prepared for that.
Correct.
Okay, so it's gonna be I hope that don't come into a mess.
Well, we got to just try to steer it off the rocks as best we can, because when you're dealing with two different bodies like this, being able to sit down and just have a legitimate conversation about what is best for the county and what's best for the students, what fiscally makes the most sense as far as going out and getting the bonds, because potentially, if you look at the raw numbers, if they choose to go to 5%, we could fund both projects for just a little bit more than what they're asking for. And fund it out of the same line item and not have to and only have to come back at it once. Elizabeth's going to turn something, out of the $3 million or whatever it is that they're going to get, they're going to turn it into something. Van Huss is going to give me a high five when he sees me at church. But I can tell you what it's going to boil down to is we've got to start having those conversations. If we don't, nothing's ever going to happen.
No, but that's what I'm saying is they don't need to do it in my committee. They need to initiate it, introduce it, discuss it and everything right here on the floor of the full commission. And then, they don't need to bring me nothing till we get through that. That's where the main information is going to be. Well, because if they go along with the Hampton, we do it all in one thing through financial management budget.
Okay. And I may want to just let Dr. McAbee let him know not to show up at financial management that morning, and we'll address it that night at the full budget. And then if we can come to some sort of agreement or direction and get things lined up, then we can go.
If we could have the school board come to the budget.
Yeah, they have to.
And let's discuss possibly going to the 5%. Let's kind of see how they feel about that, and with the opportunity to do both projects. That's where that conversation needs to start. I don't think it needs to start in financial management because there's too many unknowns.
Are out there that the policy states that the bids have to be reviewed and accepted by financial management. And their bid will expire sometime in June. I'm thinking June 15th or shortly thereafter.
Right.
I think it was right around the day of their voting meeting is when that expires.
So
You consider emergency, I don't.
Well, once the bid expires, then.
If the bid is not awarded, you still have the funds. They don't expire until
2024.
2024.
Is that when ESSER expires in 2024?
Time to use, you can use your same architect, that gives you time to use those same funds, commit them to two projects.
The funds just have to be committed, correct?
Yes, they don't have to be spent, they just have to
I'm
be.
just so confused on the big hurry if the funds don't have to be committed. They just have to be committed, they don't have to be spent.
Well,
Yeah, well, I think because they've spent so much money already on the architect fees that they're trying to not lose the bid to get it done because.
Three lots.
You still got the draw.
And they've already bought that property to expand the parking and that's already been.
it needed to be bought anyway.
They're not gonna lose that though.
No, they're not going to lose that. We already funded that. He's growling there.
Yeah, I guess if they don't do the project as it's currently bid out and the bid, what they have expressed to me is that they have lost that technically.
No, they've still got the plans. We paid the architect for the plans. They don't get to take them back.
Do be what?
Did you not move that financial?
I've already moved it once.
Move it twice.
It's too close to move it at this point.
I should say we can't.
Excuse me, I never thought of that.
They set a schedule already. As soon as he resigns, because they put an assistant director in, Richard Church, right now, so he's.
Much to his chagrin.
Bad.
He wasn't notified until he got the
According
email.
to the resignation letter, he resigns as of June 30th.
June 30th.
That's what the resignation letter says that was sent to me today.
Okay. So we have a plan. We got a direction.
Just tell me, June 8th is our next meeting.
June 8th is the next full-fledged meeting.
June 8th.
I'm not 100% sure I'll be.
So we get to talk. I'll entertain a motion to adjourn by Ross Scott. We have a second by Mike Johnson. All in favor, say aye. Bye-bye.